Amish Neighbors, The Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 33. Written by Samantha Price. Narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Chapter 1. After Debbie and Krystal left for work, Wilma slipped into her coat and walked out into the cold winter morning. She licked her lips, tasting wintergreen from one of the leftover candies Ada had made for Jared. She hadn't had candy since she was a little girl, when her mother would make her and her sister a special treat. Wilma paused to breathe in the scent of apple trees on the crisp air. The trees swayed back and forth in the wind, rustling as they filled the air with their fragrance. Today, something pulled her toward the road in the opposite direction from the trees. Halfway between the house and the road, she glanced at the small building her first husband had constructed. Waves of nostalgia rolled over her. Josiah, the girl's father, had built the shop so they could sell their apple wares. It had stood empty for the last couple of years. Her daughters had all gone in different directions, and things other than selling apple goods had become a priority. Wilma walked to the shop, trying to remember where the key was hidden. She found it under the third rock along the garden bed that lined one side of the building. Wilma turned the small gold key in the lock and pushed open the door. When she walked inside, she turned in a full circle. Had she just found a way to occupy her time in the warmer months? This would be perfect. She moved around the room, opening the windows to let in some fresh air. Once Wilma had the air circulating, moving out the mustiness, she sat on one of the stools behind the counter and thought of another option. Could this little shop be made into another dwelling? Wilma thought. If it had a kitchen and a bathroom, someone could live here. It would be like a little cottage. It would be perfect for newlyweds. It could be another way to keep Krystal or Debbie close once they marry. When she heard the clip-clopping of hooves, she looked out the door and saw that Samuel was bringing Ada. Wilma hurried out of the shop and waved them down before they went all the way up to the house. Ada saw her and then said something to Samuel, and the buggy halted. Once Ada got out, Wilma walked over to greet her while Samuel turned the buggy around. They both waved to Samuel. It still upset Wilma every time Samuel drove away from the house alone. They would have spent the day together if Levi had still been alive. Ada eyed her suspiciously. "What are you doing down here, Wilma?" "I don't know. I haven't been to the shop for so long. I'm deciding what can be done with the place. I do have some ideas. Come inside out of the cold, and I'll tell you what I've been thinking." Ada walked inside, and Wilma followed. "Oh, Wilma, it's not much warmer in here. Why are all the windows open? All the dust is getting blown about, and it's cold." Ada picked up the end of her apron and covered her mouth. It was a little dusty, but Ada was being overly dramatic. "I'm airing the place out. It's just been sitting empty for years. The girls used to have so much fun working here." Ada shook her head. "Debbie and Krystal could have worked here and made some money. They didn't need to go off and find other jobs." "I don't think working here would have satisfied either of them. They're both building businesses for themselves, which is quite different. They can do what they're doing, even after they're married." Ada let go of her apron. That is, if they both get married. I'm not seeing much hope for either of them, sadly. And Debbie has Jared, and he's not an easy child. You have to ask yourself, what man would want the responsibility for Jared's problems?" Wilma shook her head. "Don't say that. Jared is a sweet boy. He's got so many good qualities. Besides, he has improved lately. For a young child, he is thoughtful of others." "If you say so, Wilma. I like how you always keep things nice and don't like to be mean about people. I say what is so." "I know. Another thing I'll say." "What is it?" Wilma braced herself for more of Ada's truths. Both of those young women should be thinking about you." "What do you mean?" Wilma asked. "Well, there's no one here to run the shop. You can't do it alone. It would be nice if Debbie and Krystal would stay around the house more." "I don't expect that. They'd have no reason to do it. My children didn't even stay close." "Yes, they did. Joy is just down the road, and Hope is next door. Even Florence is next door on the other side." Wilma looked up and saw all the cobwebs in all the corners of the room. "I was wondering if it should be used for a different purpose, like turning it into a cottage." "Why? Your house is so big." "My first thoughts were it being a way to keep either Debbie or Krystal here for longer. Normally, when a young couple gets married, they need somewhere cheap to live while they save up for a place of their own. If Matthew married Krystal, this place would be perfect for them, since Matthew works at the orchard now." Ada smiled at the mention of her nephew possibly marrying Krystal. "We have to hope and pray that Krystal's eyes will be open to him. He's willing." "Then there's Debbie." "No, Wilma. She'll marry Fritz, and he'll take her back to where he comes from. That's the best hope for her, and that's if he can handle Jared." Wilma hung her head. "I want her to be happy, but I don't want her to go. I'll miss Jared, too." "You're not looking after him today?" Ada asked. Wilma shook her head. "He's with Joy again." "If you're considering making this into a cottage, it'll need a bathroom and a kitchen." Ada looked around and added, "and some walls to divide the living space from the bedrooms." "I know. I think it's only big enough for one bedroom." "Carter likes doing jobs for you. Perhaps he can get an idea of how much it'll take to convert the place, and then you'll know if it's something you can afford." Wilma nodded. "I'll talk it over with him. Or maybe we should keep it as is. You and I could work here next season." Ada drew her eyebrows together. "We meet your new friends 2 mornings a week, and then we have charity events. How can we do it all?" "Perhaps our friends might like to help out on those mornings. They both said they were lonely, so it would give them something to do. And we won't always be busy with customers. There's plenty of time to talk and drink teas and coffees." "But aren't you too old to work here?" Ada asked. "We could do it. It's not that hard." "I suppose we could, but I won't take any money from you." "That's good, because I wasn't going to offer any." They both laughed. "I was only joking. Of course I will. You can make some delicious things to sell here. Could you use the extra income?" Wilma asked. "I suppose it will always come in handy." "Yes. Now I'm getting excited about the idea. I'm thinking of all the things we could make. I could make my wintergreen candies." Wilma nodded, still tasting the freshness of the wintergreen in her mouth. "We could open it up once the warmer weather comes. We'll put signs on the roads to bring people here like we used to." "That sounds like a perfect idea. We'll show the young how things are done." Ada moved to the door when they heard the clip-clopping of horses' hooves. "Is that Samuel back again?" They both walked to the door, and then Ada pulled Wilma back and closed it. "It's Debbie and Fritz. Isn't Debbie working?" "Not today. She's spending the day with Fritz. Bliss is working at the tea stall." "Let's spy on them." Wilma laughed. "We aren't teenagers, Ada." "Fine. Then you can stay where you are." Ada moved the curtain with a slight tug and peeked through the window. The window was small and a bit dirty. "Oh, they're sitting in the buggy now. Just sitting there. They're talking. What could they be talking about?" Wilma moved next to her and hid behind the curtain on the other side. "These windows need cleaning. I can barely see through this one." Wilma opened the window wider. "Everything in here does need a clean." "Not a teenager, eh?" Ada laughed. Now you're okay with spying? Wilma smiled. You're a bad influence on me, Ada Berger. I do hope he'll propose soon. I know that's what she wants. No matter what we think of him, they love each other. Ada pouted. I still don't know what she sees in him. He's very abrupt. That worries me. He was probably in a bad mood that day we met him. Maybe we should forget our first impression, because he seems lovely now. He's lovely to her, and that's what matters. Yes, perfectly lovely, because he wants to take Debbie and Jared away from us, if that's what he's got planned. Still, you must admire him if he's willing to take on a child like that. Now that Debbie is not talking to her parents and Jared's grandparents and Levi's gone, I feel like I am her parent. I am the one who needs to watch over her and guide her. A sudden gust of wind blew the curtains apart. Their heads bobbed from side to side as the curtains blew over their heads. Wilma laughed, grabbed the curtains, and pulled them slightly closed so they could hide behind them again. Yes, I feel protective of her too, Wilma. But we both know that Jared needs a father, and Debbie needs a husband. It's her choice, even though he's not a man we would choose. Perhaps he will be good for Debbie and Jared. Wilma thought for a while. Jared likes him. Chapter 2. Debbie and Fritz sat in his horse and buggy. Thanks for bringing me back home. I still don't know how I left today without my coat. I think I was in a hurry getting Jared organized and out the door. Debbie smiled at Fritz. He pushed his hat back on his head, and his eyes sparkled with happiness. It's not a problem. Do you want me to get it for you? Fritz asked. No. Wilma will ask you too many questions. I'll just run in and get it. I'll be back in a minute. Good. I can't wait to spend a whole day with you. Debbie got out of the horse and buggy and headed into the house. She was pleased that Bliss had been able to work for her at late notice. Wilma? She walked into the kitchen and couldn't see Wilma anywhere. Wilma, are you here? When there was no answer, she assumed that Wilma was in the orchard somewhere. She grabbed her coat off the hook behind the door and returned to Fritz. Would it be too much to hope that Fritz would choose this day to propose? She pulled the coat on and got back into the waiting buggy. It's cold today, isn't it? Fritz asked as he snapped the reins. It certainly is. I'm looking forward to the warmer weather. I hope it isn't delayed this year like last year. The bishop is worried we're going to have a bad year. I hope not. I'd hate to think it would be anything but a normal year. And besides, the orchard needs good weather. I believe the apples do well if they have an extra cold winter, but I'm not an expert on that. Looking over at Fritz, her heart pounded to the steady clopping of hooves across the driveway. Several minutes later, Debbie was surprised when Fritz drove into a parking lot and pulled up the horse. There wasn't a building in sight. She looked around, trying to find an explanation for the parking lot. What are we doing here? Fritz pointed up a hill to an old red barn. I used to play there when I was a kid. Oh. It was even abandoned when I was a child. Squirrels lived there. Inside the barn was a massive hayloft with a staircase built into one side of the wall. Are we going inside? It looks like it's about to fall. He laughed. No, we're not going inside. Good. We're going to have a picnic. He jumped down from the buggy and hurried around to her door. Come on. He held out his hand to help her down from the buggy. My mother made us a basket of food. That was kind of her. I would have made us something if I'd known. He grabbed the basket from the back of the buggy. It was too cold for a picnic, and she didn't see the sense of it when they could be sitting inside somewhere warm. Debbie didn't like being cold. Then again, they'd be with other people anywhere they'd go. His mother would be at his place, and Wilma and Ada would be at her place. I keep forgetting you used to live around these parts when you were young. Her breath turned white as it hit the cold air as she spoke. We might have met as children while you were here visiting your uncle. He looked down and took hold of her hand. Her heartbeat quickened. His hand was so large, so warm and protective. She pulled her mind back to concentrate on what he'd just said. We didn't often visit Uncle Levi. It was too far for us. I think we visited once when one of my cousins was getting married. They visited us, though, and that's how I became close with Bliss, my cousin. That is, until we fell out. But that's all ancient history. We've talked through our differences. Glad to hear it. What was it like being an only child? Fritz asked as they walked. So lonely. That's why I don't want Jared to be an only child. Debbie held her breath, hoping he'd take the hint that she wanted to marry him. After all, she knew from things he had said that he had marriage on his mind. I know what you mean, Fritz said. I always wanted a sister. I had brothers, but I figured having a sister would have been different. I want a large family, too. Debbie felt a surge of relief. Fritz was thinking the same as she. I'd love a big family, she said, continuing the conversation along the same line. They rounded a corner, and Debbie saw a large mound of sticks. What's this? Fritz let go of her hand and set the picnic basket down. He got a box of matches out of the top of the basket. I brought this wood here earlier today. It's all dry wood. We can have a big fire. Debbie was delighted and clasped her hands together. I'd love that. Stand back while I light it. She did what he said, and he bent down and lit a pile of kindling at the base of the sticks. There was no draft and nothing to stop the fire from taking hold. The fire crackled and grew larger and larger, consuming the sticks and then moving to the larger branches. Debbie watched in fascination as the flames rapidly spread across the woodpile. Within seconds, there was a nice fire crackling. Fritz stood up and brushed off his hands. Now for the food. What do you have in there? He opened the basket and pulled out a covered pot. I hope you like chicken noodle soup. Oh, really? I love it. She considered that strange picnic food, but if his mother had organized it, she wouldn't complain. She was just grateful that she got along with his mother. Good. He pulled out 2 bowls and 2 spoons. Then he pulled out some white bread and a container of butter. This looks wonderful, Fritz. Thank you so much, Debbie said. You're welcome. I'll be right back. He put everything on the blanket and hurried back to his horse and buggy. He returned in less than a minute with a bottle of grape juice and 2 glasses. My mother makes this. She insisted I bring a bottle. I love it. I'm so glad she approves of us. She does. She adores you. You've got to know that. Debbie smiled again. I'm so glad. That's very important to me. Fritz nodded. As it is to me. My mother is a significant part of my life. I haven't visited her much over the last few years, but we exchange letters at least weekly. Debbie nodded. You haven't told me much about your parents, Debbie, apart from the fact that you no longer talk to them. Debbie hoped he wouldn't think she was awful for not talking to her parents, especially since he was so close to his mother. It's hard to talk about. It brings back some bad memories. I hope you feel comfortable enough with me to tell me things like that. She nodded. I do. They both sat down on the blanket he'd spread out. He went to open the food, but she put her hand over his. I just want to tell you everything before we eat. Okay. He sat there looking at her, waiting for her to speak. She took a deep breath. She told him that John had insisted on keeping their marriage a secret from everyone, and that he'd died before the secret came out. So, when John died, I told my parents that we were married. I was so stricken with grief. They told me not to say anything. I had to go through John's funeral as though I was just an acquaintance. while everyone was sympathizing with the girl that John's parents had been trying to match him with.
I'm so sorry.
When I found out I was carrying John's child, my parents sent me away.
Your parents knew that?
She nodded. Since no one knew I'd been married, there was no proper explanation for the baby. They sent the problem to my father's brother.
Levi?
Yes, Uncle Levi and Aunt Wilma took me in, and it was a few months before they found out I was pregnant. I didn't know what to do or how to tell anyone. He hung his head.
I'm sorry you had to go through all that.
It was the toughest time in my life, and I felt ashamed of myself and everyone around me. I was let down by John and let down by my parents. I never want to do that with my children. It's the most awful feeling in the world. I thought my parents were perfect, and then I found out they weren't. They were far less than perfect.
I can understand that. It would have been another awful thing to deal with. When you're growing up, you think your parents are perfect, and when you get to a certain age, you understand they have human failings. It sounds worse than that with your parents, though.
Debbie was so pleased he understood. It even pained her to talk about it now. I was even thinking of keeping John and my parents' secret forever, but that would have meant me giving up the baby. I would have regretted that forever. I can't imagine my life without Jared. Wilma's daughters even took me to Christina's place to see what I thought of her. They thought she would be willing to adopt my baby. I couldn't go through with it, no matter what I had to go through.
Why didn't your parents go with you and tell John's parents?
She took a deep breath. I haven't thought about these things for so long.
You don't have to tell me now. You can tell me later if you're not ready to talk about it.
It's okay. My father worked for John's parents, and they didn't want to upset them. John's family is one of the most respected families in the town. He rubbed his neck.
How would finding out they were going to be grandparents upset them?
It would mean them finding out that John had lied to them and kept our marriage a secret. They would be upset that John had done that, and now John was gone, my parents wanted them to have a good memory of John. They were more worried about them. But what about me? Fritz lowered his gaze and slowly shook his head.
I see. That's awful.
I know. To make things worse, when John's parents discovered everything, they wanted to take Jared from me. They came to Uncle Levi's house. My memory is pretty scrambled about what exactly happened, but Levi asked them to leave. Fritz stared into her eyes with disbelief. Things got heated, and now I no longer talk to my parents or John's parents. She held her breath, hoping he wouldn't think that she was to blame.
I'm sorry to hear that. Maybe things will work out one day and everyone will talk again.
She relaxed a little when he showed that he understood. I hope so, but I need a peaceful life to raise my son. Or do you think I should just...
I agree with you. Whatever you've done is okay with me. I know you would make the right decision.
His answer meant everything to her. He was a man who'd give her confidence and not take it from her as John had. She put her hand on her heart. I'm glad I told you that. I wanted you to know, but it's not the easiest thing for me to talk about.
Does Peter know all this?
She was shocked that he'd mention his brother. She'd put Peter out of her mind completely. He was there at the time. Not in the room at that time, from memory. He had been a good friend to me since before I had Jared. He does know.
I'd rather I had been there for you back then.
She smiled at him. Me too.
I'm here now. I'm glad you shared it with me. It answers a lot of questions.
He sat there, looking into the distance. What are you thinking? Debbie asked. Fritz looked into her eyes.
I'm thinking that I know you a little better now.
She smiled with relief. Tell me something about yourself that you don't normally tell anyone. He leaned back a little.
There's not much to tell.
Tell me anything. I want to know everything about you. What about you growing up?
Okay. I grew up in a small town. There were only about 200 people, and I knew them all. Then we moved here when I was about 5, as you know, but I often stayed with my grandparents. That's why I eventually moved away. They were wonderful people, and I loved them dearly. My grandmother died, and then it was just my grandfather. He was on his own for many years.
What was your grandfather like? Debbie asked.
Some people thought he was gruff, but I never found him like that. He always had a smile. His laugh was infectious and loud. I'm sure it could be heard on the next farm over. He had an old buggy that he needed to repair daily. He drove that old thing until it fell apart. Then he kept it around and refused to get rid of it. Now I have to wonder if that old buggy reminded him of my grandmother, of the wonderful times they'd shared. They were so happy together.
Debbie thought that was a wonderfully romantic story. Tell me more. You've never talked about him.
He had a small farm, and every winter he would ensure that everyone in the town had enough to eat. He would always say if he were hungry, he'd want someone to show kindness to him.
That's so nice.
When he was young, he helped his neighbor with the harvest. When his neighbor's crops failed, they had no food for their family. My grandfather never forgot that hungry winter. It was bad for everyone, but with God's help, he was able to help others.
Debbie smiled. I would have liked to have met him.
Should we eat?
Oh, yes. I've worked up an appetite. As the fire crackled behind them, Fritz poured her a cup of chicken noodle soup. Chapter 3. Later that day, Ada stood in Wilma's kitchen at the orchard, looking out the window.
I don't believe it! Oh, would you look at that?
Wilma looked up from her ham and pickle sandwich. What is it?
You have a visitor.
Who is it? Wilma asked. Is it Fritz back with Debbie?
No. I'll give you 2 more guesses, and you'll only need one of them.
Wilma got up and hurried over. She recognized Eli's tall black horse immediately. It's Eli.
Yeah.
Ada turned toward her, smirking.
It's Eli again. And I wonder why he's here today,
He likes to help out. That's all.
Well, he's not coming to my house to help out, Ada chuckled.
Don't be silly, Wilma whispered. He knows I have no man here. All we have is Jared, and he won't be able to help for another 10 years. Wilma walked out of the kitchen to greet Eli, and Ada followed. When they got to the door, they saw Eli was already out of his buggy and getting something out of the back. Wilma moved toward him. Hello, Eli.
Good afternoon, Wilma. How are you on this lovely day?
Wilma looked up at the gray sky and shivered with cold. It wasn't what she would have called a lovely day. I'm fine. He produced another potted rose out of the back of his buggy, and with both hands, he held it out toward Wilma.
I brought you a rose. It's a different one this time. This one is pale pink.
Oh, for me? How delightful. Danke, Eli. It was the 3rd rose he'd brought for her.
It's a climbing rose. I thought it might look good if you plant it next to the buggy shed.
Yes, that would look good.
I'll come back and plant it for you. There's no hurry. It can stay in the pot for a couple of months. It's not going to grow until the weather warms up.
Ada stood against one of the porch posts, snickering all the while. Eli looked over at Ada.
And I have one for you, too.
Ada stepped forward. The smile wiped off her face.
Really?
For me?
Yes. Do you like roses? He asked.
I love them.
This one is white, or it will be when it flowers.
He pulled another pot out of the back of his buggy. A huge smile spread across Ada's face.
Thank you, Eli. This is simply delightful.
Ada walked forward, took it from him, and set it down near the porch steps.
Wunderbar.
I'll leave it here so it'll be easier for Samuel to put in the buggy when he gets here this afternoon.
It's a climbing rose, Ada. It won't take long for it to grow. It'll need something to attach itself to.
Ah, I have just the place for it to go. I'll put it at the bottom of the porch so it can wind its way up the post. Eli stood there looking pleased with himself.
Cup of hot chocolate to warm you, Eli? Ada asked.
Wilma looked at her in surprise. It was her house. She should be the one doing the inviting.
I won't say no.
They all moved inside the house. The two ladies watched Eli pull out a chair and sit at the kitchen table. He crossed his legs, looking relaxed.
You have a nice home, Wilma.
Dinka, I like it. Ada opened her mouth and started talking.
Josiah built it and then added on to it. The original house was the old cottage next door that Carter and Florence lived in before they built their large, grand home.
Wilma sat opposite Eli, frowning at Ada. Wilma had rarely mentioned her first husband's name in the house since she'd married Levi. Now Ada was throwing his name about, telling Eli things he probably didn't need to know. He built it, and then built onto it some more. It's true, Wilma said. Ada looked up from making the hot chocolate.
No one thinks I'm lying, Wilma.
I know, but...
Everyone has their own way of telling a story, Eli said.
It's not a story. It's the truth, Ada insisted. Eli drew his eyebrows together.
Put it this way. Everyone's got their way of telling the truth.
Or their own way of saying things, Wilma added.
That's right. That's what I meant to say.
Eli grinned at Wilma. Wilma avoided his gaze by looking down at the table. Ada said nothing more as she watched the milk come to the boil. For the first time, Wilma wished she could talk to Eli without Ada being there. She and Eli had such lovely conversations when they were alone. They didn't have to talk about anything earth-shattering. Talking about small day-to-day things was enough. The milk bubbled over the side of the saucepan, and Ada quickly grabbed it off the stove and set it on the sink.
It's not true when they say a watched pot never boils. This one boiled too fast as I was looking at it.
She wiped the bottom of the pot with a dishcloth, then poured the liquid into a jug.
I didn't burn it, so don't worry. Everyone likes my hot chocolate. I've never burned the milk.
Eli looked over at Wilma, and they shared a smile.
I'll have a cup of coffee instead, Eli said. I don't like hot chocolate. I've always found it too sweet.
I've gone to all this trouble, Ada whined, staring between Eli and the hot milk. It won't go to waste. I'm having some, Wilma said. It's no trouble to put the coffee on for Eli. It'll only take a minute.
No, it's okay. I'll try it, Eli said.
I'm sure you'll like it, Eli, Ada told him. It's not too sweet. I bought it at the grocery store on sale. I got a good deal.
Okay, I'll give it a try, he said again.
Ada grinned as she set a mug in front of Eli and one in front of Wilma. Then she sat down with a mug of her own. Eli took a sip of the hot liquid.
This is good.
Dinka, I told you it was. It'll warm you up good and proper, too. He took a mouthful.
It's needed on a day like today.
Wilma and Eli drank their hot chocolate silently while Ada watched on. Wilma, you're so quiet, Ada said, glancing at Wilma. Is there something on your mind? Wilma leaned back to hide her face. No, you're quiet, too.
I'm just watching you two, Ada said, smirking.
Wilma had never been so embarrassed.
I forgot I had some things to do outside.
Ada stood up. What things? Wilma asked.
I need to check on the horses.
That's Samuel's job. He looks after them and feeds them. He takes them to the farrier to get their shoes. He'll be here this afternoon. Sit down, Ada. Eli turned in his chair to face Wilma.
You've given Samuel a job, Wilma? You could give me a job, too.
Wilma laughed. It's an unofficial job. There's not much to do around here. Fairfax and Florence have everything organized.
Fairfax? What does he do?
Ada answered.
He has managed the orchard since Florence took a step back a couple of years ago. Now, instead of family members, the orchard hires outside workers.
Wilma couldn't help feeling a little disappointed by the fact that no family worked in the orchard anymore. She would have loved for her girls to have married men who could have worked in the orchard, but it wasn't to be. That's how things have turned out. Maybe things would have been different if I'd had all boys instead of girls.
Perhaps, but all my children moved away, and yours might have too. We can't predict what our children will do. Especially if you have a child like Cherish.
Ada laughed at her own words.
What's wrong with Cherish?
Eli asked Wilma. Nothing. Ada's just having a joke. She has always liked to tease Cherish.
She's got a mind of her own, that one does, Ada added. Better than her having someone else's mind, Eli said. I believe everyone should be more mindful.
He took another mouthful of hot chocolate.
I'll go see to that thing outside.
Ada stood up and moved out the back door before Wilma could say anything. Eli looked up.
I hope I didn't say anything to upset her. I think she took some things I said the wrong way. Or perhaps I don't care enough about how I say things.
No, I'm sure you didn't say anything upsetting. She has a thing to attend to, as she said. Eli chuckled. I can fix you coffee if you'd prefer. You don't have to finish that hot chocolate.
It's fine. I'm nearly finished anyway.
Ada had made things so awkward that Wilma couldn't even relax.
How are you doing, Wilma?
Eli asked. It gets a little better every day. I'm adjusting as well as I can. Cherish is just a phone call away.
I'm not talking about Cherish.
Oh, you mean...
Yeah, I mean by yourself without Levi. It's not easy when someone so close to you dies. I've been through it with Franny. You've been widowed twice, so I can only imagine what you're going through. I know Josiah died many years ago, but you've got to feel sad about losing two good men.
Wilma was touched that he was so considerate. I have to look at it a different way. It's not what I've lost, it's what I've gained. I've had the love of two men and their lives to share. God has blessed me twice. Eli's bright blue eyes crinkled at the corners.
I think you're right about that. I like that idea.
You're a good friend, Eli. I want you to know that I appreciate you.
I'm happy that I can be a friend to you.
He leaned forward and touched her arm just slightly. She caught a whiff of newly sawed wood and pine sap as he did so. It was a comforting fragrance that reminded her of her childhood. Wilma was pleased that Eli seemed happy with just being friends. Ada had brainwashed her into thinking Eli wanted more, but now she knew Eli was just a caring man with a good heart. Chapter 4. At the farm, Cherish stood at the kitchen sink washing dishes, while Wally, the wild goose that had adopted Malachi, lay on his bed. Caramel sat next to him, wagging his tail. Caramel had learned not to suffocate Wally with his presence, and they each respected the other's space. Cherish turned around and smiled at Timmy and Tommy. She opened their cage door, and they both hopped onto her hand. When she drew her hand out of the cage, they flew around the kitchen. "Good morning to you both," Cherish said as she watched them. After flying back and forth a few times, they landed on her shoulder. Timmy started pecking at her cop strings. She turned around slowly to wash the dishes. Malachi had left early that morning to help build the new meeting house, so she'd be alone apart from the animals until he returned. It wasn't long before Cherish's thoughts turned to Aunt Dagmar. Memories of living with her when she was a teenager came flooding back. Cherish wanted the farm to be a success, just as it had been when Aunt Dagmar ran it. To do that, she had to make sure that Malachi would start charging for things, rather than give things away as though they didn't need the money. After she washed the dishes, Cherish dried her hands and made herself a cup of coffee. Caramel moved to sit next to her, and she patted him while she wondered how to occupy herself until Malachi got home. Most of the house chores were already done, and since Favor and Simon were gone, there was even less to do. Just then, Cherish heard a knock on her front door. Relieved to have company, she put her tea down and headed to the door. She was nearly at the door when she remembered the birds. "Wait there! I'll be there in 1 second!" The birds had perched on the sink, looking out the window. She wasted no time putting them back in their cage. When she opened the front door, she was surprised to see Emma standing in front of her in a lilac dress and black apron, holding a Tupperware container. It was the new girl she'd met at the meeting. "Emma, what a surprise! Please come in. I was just wondering what to do with myself. I'm so glad you've come." Cherish walked into the kitchen, and Emma followed. "I hope you don't mind me stopping by without asking. Zeke is helping build the meeting house. I was going to wait for him, but then I got bored. Malachi's there, too." Cherish gestured for Emma to sit at the table. "I was sitting here bored, so we were both bored." Emma giggled. "We can keep each other company, then." "Malachi suggested I take Zeke's buggy and come here, and then he'll bring Zeke when they're finished. Is that okay?" "It's more than okay. I've just made coffee. Would you like some?" "I'd love some. Oh, I baked some more cupcakes for us, too. You seemed to enjoy the ones from the other day." Emma took the lid off the container. Cherish stared at the cakes. "They look delicious. I'll get plates, and maybe we can sit on the front porch. No, wait, it's probably too cold. It might be all right. There's no wind today, and the sun's out now. Okay, we could try it." When the coffee was ready, Cherish placed it on a tray along with the cupcakes, then carried the tray to the porch. She put it on the small table and then sat across from Emma. Cherish admired the cupcakes with their chocolate frosting and pink and purple sprinkles. "They look too good to eat." Emma picked one up and took a large bite. So delicious." "I have some gossip," Cherish said. "Tell me." "Favor, my sister, is buying the land next to you. They're getting a house moved to the land." "I can't wait. We needed more women our age here." "You must be so excited." "I am. It's a lot of prayers answered, I can tell you that." "I miss my family," Emma said. "I guess most people get married and move away from home. It's just taken me some time to get used to." Emma reached for another cupcake. Cherish nodded. "I know what you mean. I didn't realize how hard it would be. I've never lived away from home. It will take me a long time to have a full house. Or maybe not. My half-brother had 8 children in under 4 years, thanks to them having twins and triplets. The next triplets aren't born yet, but they aren't far away." "Oh, my!" Emma covered her mouth and laughed. "I can't imagine that. I'd rather have one at a time, but maybe you'll be like that." Cherish giggled. "I'll just have one to start with, thanks." "It's not your choice." Cherish picked up a cupcake and bit into it, wondering how she'd be able to handle more than one baby at a time. "What do you think of the community here so far?" Emma asked. The people are nice. Emma nodded. I look forward to the community expanding. Me too. Cherish noticed Emma was looking down at her hands, as if something were on her mind. Is everything all right? Emma paused before answering. Can I ask you something? Ask me anything, Cherish said. Are you happy with your married life? Cherish set her cupcake down once she knew Emma had something serious on her mind. I love it. It's everything I thought it would be. How about you? Are you happy? Emma hung her head. I love Zeke, but I miss my family. I'm not sure. I don't know. Sometimes I think I'm not cut out for being married. Cherish frowned. Is something in particular the matter? Emma bit her lip. No, it's nothing. I get lonely. I need a baby to care for. That's what Zeke says. Or more alpacas. Cherish laughed, and that made Emma smile. Yes, we will be getting more soon. We only have 2. Cherish was glad she'd found Emma as a friend. They were so alike in so many ways. Chapter 5. It was mid-afternoon when Malachi returned. He brought Zeke with him, and then Zeke and Emma left. Cherish decided she needed some supplies and talked Malachi into going with her to the local store. She was excited to get out of the house, even if it was to go down the road. Cherish looked at the scenery as they drove in silence. Now and again, Malachi would catch her looking his way, and he would smile back at her. Malachi? Cherish asked. Yes? Annie came up with a great idea the other day. What's that? He asked. For me, Emma, and Annie to start a market stall together. Malachi chuckled. Selling what? Well, Emma will sell her alpaca products, and Annie will sell her gingerbread houses and other treats. I could sell the vegetables from the garden. Malachi's eyebrows shot up. I could see Annie coming up with an idea like that. It sounds like fun. It's a great idea. It will give us something to do and a chance for us women to spend some more time together. I'm so glad you're making friends and settling in. The idea is great. I'm glad you think so. Cherish looked out the window, thinking about what Emma had told her earlier that day. Then her thoughts turned to the farm's finances. Annie told me that you give the vegetables away for free. Some, not all. How do we turn a profit? Cherish bit her lip, hoping he wouldn't give her some silly, joking answer. I told you, we sell them. Sometimes, he said, keeping his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Cherish was sure he hadn't said sometimes when she asked him. She narrowed her eyes at him and wondered if she'd have more success talking about his family. What kinds of things did you do as a child? Malachi scratched his neck. Nothing. I was a loner. I told you that. I didn't get along with my brothers. Did you have a hobby? I guess drawing was my passion, but the family said there was no point doing it because it wasn't a proper thing to do. He laughed. I had no idea you could draw. You'll have to show me. I'd love to watch you draw. He threw his head back and laughed. I shouldn't have said anything. I wasn't that good. I just liked it. I'm not talented or anything. Oh, you are. I remember you once made that sculpture out of ice on the barn's roof. I'm surprised you remember that. I remember everything about you. That picture you did was spectacular. Even Mom thought so, and she's a harsh critic. Malachi laughed again. We made soap when we were younger. We made everything. There was no need to go to the store. What about you? Did your mother make soap? She was fishing for information about his upbringing. Malachi frowned. Not that I can remember. Maybe. I guess she would have. We had soap, and I don't think it came from a store. Yes, she must have made it. It was an odd shape. Well, what was life like on the farm where you grew up? I stayed out with the animals most of the time. They didn't provoke or hassle me. They didn't care that I was a strange kid. Cherish was pleased to get a little more information every time she asked. She wasn't going to stop now. We haven't seen much of Jed.
My brother is unpredictable. He could have left and not even said anything to us.
Left without saying goodbye? No, I'm sure he wouldn't have done that. I felt he wanted to stick around and be close to you. Maybe he's sorry for how he treated you and wants to make amends.
Don't get too attached to him. The day will always be the day, and night will always be night.
What does that mean?
It means change is possible for some things, but not all. I'd hate for you to treat him like family and get close. I don't want you to be disappointed.
Is that what happened to you? You got disappointed?
Exactly.
What if I invite him over for the evening meal tomorrow night? I'll see if Ruth wants to come too.
He slowly nodded. If that will keep you happy. Just remember what I said, though.
I will. I love having people over. I enjoyed Emma's company today, and she's looking forward to Favor moving here.
I knew you'd like Zeke and Emma. I can see you and Emma becoming good friends, just like Ada and Wilma.
Cherish burst out laughing. I don't think you can compare their friendship to anyone else's in the world. Malachi grinned.
You're probably right. Emma is a good type of person, and she suits you.
Oh, thank you. You think I'm a good kind of person?
Of course. I wouldn't have married you otherwise.
He pulled the buggy up outside the store. Chapter 6. That evening, for dinner at Wilma's house, Samuel and Ada were there. Debbie had brought Jared home and had gone out somewhere with Fritz. I haven't seen Hope lately, and she just lives next door with Fairfax. We see Fairfax more often than we see Hope, Wilma grumbled. Have you done something to offend her, Wilma? Ada asked. Wilma set her fork down. No, of course I haven't.
You did give her a hard time about her bunny rabbits when she lived here,
Samuel said with a grin. That's Bliss, Krystal told Samuel. Bliss has the rabbits.
That's right. I'm losing my mind already.
Everyone chuckled at Samuel. Why don't we walk over there tomorrow and pay Hope a visit? Ada suggested. I could visit her after work one day. She's more likely to tell me if there's anything wrong, Krystal said. Can I come too? Jared called out from his small table in the corner of the room. I want to see Hope. Ada looked over at him and frowned. No, and you shouldn't be listening to adult conversations. Jared looked down at his food. I was just asking. Samuel gave Ada a little nudge, and she knew she'd been too harsh. Jared, what I mean is, some conversations are adult conversations. You wouldn't understand them. He does understand a lot, Wilma told Ada. He's growing up very fast. Ada remained silent. So, everyone's okay with me going to see Hope tomorrow? Krystal asked. I think it's a good idea, Krystal. Thank you, Wilma said. I'll bake some cookies for you to take with you. Okay, but maybe it won't be tomorrow. I'm not sure which day I'll go, and I won't forget. Can I have some cookies when you bake them, Aunt Wilma? Jared called out. Ada shook her head at Jared. Wilma laughed. Yeah, you're my best cookie taste tester. I can help you make them, Jared offered. That would be great, Jared. If you're home with me tomorrow, you can help. I don't know what your mom has planned, but I'll get you to help me make a batch on Saturday if you're not home. Okay. After everyone had gone to bed, Krystal found it very difficult to fall asleep. She turned and tossed and got tangled in her sheets and quilt. She couldn't stop thinking about Matthew and whether his words were genuine. He'd proposed. He was the only man in the community who had shown any interest in her, but he'd abandoned her when Cherish's friend Fenella had shown up. Now that Fenella was gone, It was as though she was out of sight and out of mind for Matthew. What troubled Krystal most was the suspicion that Matthew thought any woman would do, and that he just wanted to marry someone. Perhaps she was just a convenience now because she was close to his age and lived nearby. Maybe if Fenella had stayed in the community, he would have continued that relationship and married her. Krystal shook her head and wiped a tear off her cheek. The idea of Matthew marrying another woman cut her to the core. Perhaps she did like him more than she wanted to admit. Chapter 7. Early Tuesday morning, Wilma cleaned the house, preparing for Daphne Hinkle and Susan Maine's visit. They came to the house every Tuesday and Friday morning and had a little get-together with herself and Ada. Wilma called it her widow's morning, but only in her mind, or Ada would have felt left out, seeing she wasn't a widow. Debbie had made a breakfast of bacon and eggs for everyone. "Are you staying with me today, Jared?" Wilma asked. "No, I'm going to play with the girls." "Oh, well, have a good time." Jared walked over and hugged Wilma. "Don't be sad." Wilma chuckled and hugged him back. "I won't be sad as long as you spend some time with me. If you don't, I will be very sad." "Yeah, I will." Krystal got up from the table and started washing the dishes. "Don't do that, Krystal. I've got all day to do that." Krystal spun around to face her. "But don't you have the ladies over today?" "Yes, but they won't be here for a couple of hours. There'll be plenty of time to get the house in order." "Okay. Do you want me to bring anything back from the store? I'm going there after I close the shop." "No, we have everything here. I can't think of anything we need." Debbie looked out the window. "It looks as though it could rain." "I want it to snow," Jared said. "I want to make a snowman, a big one. And then I want to throw snowballs at people." "That sounds like fun," Krystal said. "I'll help with the snowman." "Nah, I want to do it myself." Everyone laughed at Jared, and he didn't seem to mind. "Are you sure you want the dishes left, Aunt Wilma?" Debbie asked. "Yes. Off you go, all of you." They each hugged her goodbye. Wilma watched from the living room window as Debbie and Krystal hitched their buggies, with Jared running between them, trying to help. Wilma slipped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped outside. "Goodbye, Jared. Have fun with Faith and Audrey." He leaned out the buggy window, waving. Wilma stood on the porch waving while listening to the buggy wheels crunching on the gravel. She listened to them fade into the distance, and then there was silence. She headed back inside to clean up and get ready for her guests. Ada arrived a good hour before everyone else. Samuel dropped her off and went on his way. "Oh, Wilma," Ada said, rushing toward her as she burst into the house. "We have to tell Susan and Daphne today, don't we?" "Have to tell them what?" "Tell them we will soon have to finish these bi-weekly meetings at your house." "You mean when we open the shop?" Ada gave a nod. "Exactly." "We can tell them about it, but it's a few months away. There's no hurry to mention it. We can always do both, as I said." "Cup of hot tea?" "Always." Ada was already sitting at the table before Wilma reached the kitchen. "It's funny," Ada said. "I always thought that I could handle anything. I've had to be the strong one who took care of everything all my life. I don't know why I thought I could do it alone." Wilma wasn't sure what Ada was talking about. "Because you can. You've always been able to do anything you put your mind to. I admire that about you. It also explains why you don't like to ask for help. Is there anything in particular that you're thinking about?" "I don't like being weak, crying, and feeling helpless. It feels like too much for me to handle." Ada often came across as strong, but Wilma knew that she had her weaknesses. "Is anything the matter?" Wilma asked. "No, I'm just thinking about the unknown, about getting older. I don't know what I'd do if something happened to Samuel. I can see what you're going through being a widow. And then I think, what if that happened to me? I mean, I don't even drive a buggy anymore. I'd be home alone. My children are no longer close by. Would you visit me, Wilma, if I couldn't get out of the house?" Wilma laughed. "I'd visit you every day. Or you could move in here, and we'd be together always." Ada's face lit up. "I could move into this house with you?" "Yes, I don't see why not. You're here nearly every day anyway." Ada inhaled deeply, and the corners of her lips turned slightly upwards. "Dinka, Wilma. I'm no longer afraid." Chapter 8. "We're so sorry, ladies," Ada said once Daphne and Susan were seated in the living room with cups of hot tea. "But you won't be able to continue coming here on Tuesdays and Fridays when the warmer weather comes. We're opening our own shop." Daphne lowered her teacup to her lap. "What shop?" Ada pointed in the direction of the road. "The one you passed in the driveway." Susan stared at Wilma. "You're opening the shop again?" "Yes, I'm sure I will. It's been empty for years, and it was such fun when we used to run it. Or when the girls worked there. I rarely worked there because I was so busy with the household, but now it's a perfect way to fill my time." "I'll help work in the shop," Daphne said. "Or we'll be your customers." Susan nodded in agreement. Wilma laughed. "I thought we could meet there instead of here on Tuesdays and Friday mornings. We won't be so busy all the time. We can transfer our get-togethers to the shop." Ada pouted while Daphne and Susan said they loved that idea. "Yes, I was going to say you can't come here anymore unless we meet in the shop." Ada gave a nod. "What is the name of your shop, Wilma?" Susan asked as she pushed her glasses higher up on her nose. Wilma thought it was a strange question. "I don't think we have a name for the shop. People just call it the shop at the Baker Apple Orchard." "Doesn't it have to have a proper name?" Daphne asked. Wilma shrugged her shoulders. "Not really." "Then we'll call it the Baker Apple Orchard Shop." "I like that idea, Susan. It's a beautiful name." Ada smiled. "But that's not the name of it." Wilma shook her head. "It's just a description." "It is a description, but sometimes the best names can be descriptions. It's perfect, Wilma," Susan said. Wilma was confused. Why were they getting so excited about a name for a shop? The shop never had a name. In Wilma's opinion, neither did it need a name, since it was at the orchard. "Now that we've got the name out of the way and we're going to move our little gatherings, what will we talk about today?" Ada looked at each of the two guests. Susan raised her hand. "Why do you have your hand in the air?" Ada asked. "I want to ask a question." Susan put her hand down. "Just ask," Ada said. "What is your question?" Wilma asked Susan. "Do we have to wear a uniform to the shop?" Susan inquired. Wilma laughed. "No, you won't really be working there. But we could if we wanted to, couldn't we? I've often thought about getting a proper job, not for the money, but just for the company of other people," Susan said. "I do volunteer work, but it's hardly the same. It's not regular." "No, about the uniforms," Ada said. "Now, Daphne, what about you? Have you found out who your parents are yet?" A hush fell over the room. Eventually, Daphne spoke. "Not everyone knows about that, Ada." Ada clapped her hand over her mouth. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. Wilma and I know, so that means you don't know, Susan." Susan shook her head. "I didn't, but I do now." "I suppose it doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. My birth parents would most likely be dead by now. I could have insisted the bishop tell me something, and I should have done it years ago." Susan put her hand on Daphne's shoulder. "I'm sorry, Daphne. I had no idea. I might have heard a whisper, but I'm not from around here. Can I ask, why won't the bishop tell you?" "That's just it. I don't know." Daphne pressed her lips together. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to pry," Susan said. "You don't have to tell me anything." "I know, but maybe talking about it will help." Daphne took a deep breath. "I've waited years. I'm so sick of waiting." "I'm here for you," Susan said. "We all are." Daphne wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. "Why on earth would the bishop keep the truth from you?" Susan asked. "It just makes no sense." "I don't know. I've wondered for years." Daphne folded her arms across her chest and then put them back down at her sides. "The truth must be horrible. I could be better off not knowing. I often think my parents must have been the most dreadful people. Thieves, murderers, adulterers, pickpockets." "Well, what makes you think the bishop knows something?" Ada asked. "Did you ask him?" Susan asked. "I did, but he refuses to tell me anything. He says I'm not ready to know and shouldn't worry about it." "I'm so sorry," Susan said. Wilma was silently pleased that her son Carter had come to find her. She'd never had to worry about him either, because she knew her sister would do her best to raise him. Chapter 9. When Krystal closed her quilt store for the day, she decided it was time to visit Hope. She guessed Hope wouldn't want Wilma and Ada coming around and questioning her, thinking something was wrong with her just because she hadn't visited them. Krystal got out of her buggy and walked over to the house that once belonged to Fairfax's parents. She knocked on the door and waited a while. When no one answered, she walked around the back of the house. The door was open a little, so she pushed it wider and walked inside. Hope was in the middle of her kitchen, stirring a pot when Krystal found her. "Hello!" Hope spun around. "Oh, Krystal, you startled me." "Sorry, I knocked on the door, but when there was no answer, I let myself in. Smells nice, whatever you're making." "Lots of herbs is what you can smell. I'm making a poultice for aching bones." "Who has aching bones?" "I should say aching muscles. Fairfax often comes home with aches and pains. I guess it's all the work he does lifting equipment and repairing the fences."
Sounds strange. He should be used to it by now."
"Maybe he likes the attention," Hope laughed.
"Yeah, maybe. So, how have you been? No one has seen much of you lately."
Hope continued stirring her concoction. "I've been good. Just keeping busy. How about yourself?" Krystal saw from Hope's face that she wasn't depressed and didn't seem to have one problem in the world. She liked being in her home all day and not out visiting.
"I'm okay, but there is something I'd like to talk to you about."
Hope glanced at her and then set the wooden spoon down on a plate. "What is it?" Krystal swallowed hard.
"It's about Matthew."
"Oh, love problems?" Krystal gave a nervous laugh.
"Maybe."
"Well, we can sit and talk while I let this poultice simmer." Hope sat down at the table and motioned for Krystal to sit down. She placed a plate of cookies in front of Krystal. "Have a cookie."
"No, thank you. I'm not hungry."
"Oh, you have to have one. I made them. I have a good recipe." Hope's face brightened as she said it.
"Sounds yummy. I'll have one later. I really need to talk to you."
"Okay." Hope returned to her seat. "What's Matthew done now?" Krystal told Hope everything from Matthew's infatuation with Fenella to his recent proposal. "He proposed? How romantic." Krystal shook her head.
"It wasn't like that. I mean, I'm still worried that I might be just anyone. I think he wants to marry someone, and I'm there.
I'm just convenient. If I say no, he'll go off and find someone else who's conveniently located.
Hope bit her lip.
Do you think I'm wrong? Krystal asked. You must see a fair bit of Matthew since he works closely with Fairfax.
I do, but I can't say I know what's on his mind. He never talks about anything like that.
I do like him, but I can't explore my feelings within myself because I don't trust him. I want a man who truly loves me.
He must love you because he proposed. I'm sure he didn't propose to Fenella, did he?
Krystal shrugged. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I wish there were some way I'd know for sure how he felt about me.
I'm pretty sure he does love you, Hope said. What if you ask him how he feels, and then see what he says?
Krystal wrinkled her nose. She'd never heard anything more ridiculous. He'd say words, but I need actions. I need to test him somehow. The words had spilled out of Krystal's mouth before she'd had time to think about them. Hope clapped her hands together.
That's a great idea.
Krystal frowned. It is?
Yes. We'll find another woman who can test him. If he loves you, he won't be interested in another woman, will he?
That's right.
We'll find someone who'll go along with our plan. We'll get an attractive young woman to talk with him, flirt with him, and see if he takes the bait.
Oh, Hope, that's just perfect. That's a brilliant idea. I don't know why I didn't think of it.
Hope chuckled. Only thing is, we can't tell anyone about it, or people will think we're dreadful.
My lips are sealed. Do you have anyone you know who would do this for us?
Well, it just happens that I have a friend who might do it if I ask. Her name's Sigrid.
Who?
Sigrid is a friend of mine. You don't know her. I'll write to her and ask if she'll do it. She can stay here for a couple of weeks. She's always saying she'll come and visit me, and this is the perfect opportunity. She's beautiful, so she'd be a perfect person to use as bait.
Thank you so much, Hope. Do you think Sigrid would do it? Krystal asked.
I'm sure she will. Hope smiled. We'll leave it at that for now, but I'll write to her tonight, and I'll post the letter tomorrow.
Krystal leaned over and hugged Hope. Thank you, Hope. You're the best friend ever. Oh, I forgot. Wilma made some cookies for you, but I left them at home. I wasn't sure I was coming here tonight.
Hope giggled. It was a nice thought. So, that means they suggested you come here?
Krystal sat back down. They?
You know who I mean. Ada and Wilma.
Krystal swallowed hard. They're worried that they haven't seen much of you lately.
You can tell them I'm fine. I'm just enjoying my quiet life. They could always visit me. Why should I have to visit them all the time?
I'm not sure. I'll tell them to visit. They were going to do that, but I told them I'd come and talk to you.
Okay. You can tell them I'm fine.
I will.
Krystal breathed out heavily.
I'm going to write to Cherish and ask her if there's anyone suitable for me where she is.
Aren't you going to wait to see what happens with Matthew?
It won't hurt to ask. If Matthew fails the test, I'll need someone to help me take my mind off him.
Fairfax walked in the door.
Oh, hello, Krystal. Hi, Fairfax.
Krystal stood up.
I should go.
Hope stood up, too. Thanks for stopping by, and I'll do my best to convince Sigrid to do that thing we talked about.
Krystal walked to the door. That would be great. And I'll tell everyone you're still alive.
Hope laughed. Please do. I'll visit them soon so they can see for themselves, even though I just saw them at the last meeting.
You know what they're like. I'll see you both soon.
Krystal walked out the door and got into her buggy. It was just getting dark, and the orchard was even darker, with the branches of the trees covering any light from the sinking sun. As she made her way home, she was confident she'd be able to sleep tonight. She was one step closer to figuring out what was in Matthew's heart. As soon as Krystal got home, she announced to Wilma and Ada that she'd checked on Hope, and she was fine.
Ada was sitting at the kitchen table, and Wilma was stirring the gravy, while Samuel was in the living room with Jared.
So nothing was wrong with her? Ada asked.
Yes, that's right. Nothing is wrong. Ada pushed out her lips.
Did you ask her how she was?
Krystal sat down opposite Ada, feeling bad that the focus of the conversation between herself and Hope was all about her romantic life. Hope had revealed nothing about herself. I could tell there was nothing wrong. She was smiling and happy. When Fairfax walked into the room, she was even happier. I'm sure nothing is wrong, Krystal repeated. Well, that is a relief, isn't it, Ada? Wilma asked.
Yeah, Dinka for doing that for us, Krystal. It sounds like we were worried about nothing.
You're welcome. Krystal was pleased she'd made it safely through their interrogations. Chapter 10. The following day at Cherish's house, she was doing two things. She'd put muffins in the oven and helped with the outside chores while they baked. When she returned to the kitchen, she opened the oven door and sighed with relief. The muffins were perfectly cooked. She took them out and placed them on a wire rack to cool. Then Cherish pulled 2 placemats out of the drawer and set them outside on the table on the front porch before arranging the fresh lemonade, muffins, and cookies she had baked on the table to welcome her guest. Today, Annie was visiting. She'd bumped into her at the store recently and had invited her. Cherish set about boiling water to make a pot of tea. When Cherish heard a horse and buggy, she moved out of the house with a tray of cookies and cake and got there in time to see Annie get out of the buggy. She set the tray on the table in between 2 chairs. Hi, Annie. How are you? Cherish waved as she walked up the porch steps and sat across from her. Hello, Cherish. Wow, this looks great. I haven't eaten all day. Is it okay here? Or we could go inside and sit near the fire. This is fine, Annie said as she sat down. Cherish handed her a plate. Please eat all you like. I baked these muffins and cookies today. Oh, you're too kind. Wait there, and I'll be back with some hot tea. Cherish fixed the tea and returned with another tray filled with tea items. She sat down with Annie and poured them each a cup. So, how has your day been so far? Cherish asked. I've been busy. I was over at my mother's place helping her with gingerbread. Is there another show on soon? No, but she does have a few orders. I don't mind the busy days. It gives me something to do. I'm so happy that Emma and Zeke have moved here, aren't you? There are not many people our age in the community. Cherish blew on her tea. I've realized that. I'm happy about it, too. Emma was here the other day. She's so nice. Suddenly, Cherish looked over and saw Ruth's car in the driveway. Cherish frowned. Was Ruth here? She hadn't seen her pull up. Cherish then saw Malachi's brother walking up the porch steps, and then he stood in front of them. Jed, how long have you been here? Had Jed driven Ruth's car? What would the bishops say about that? Cherish was shocked that he wasn't following the rules.
Long enough.
He smiled, and then he stared at Annie.
Hi there, I'm Jed. Lovely to meet you.
Annie smiled back at him as she stood up and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, too. I'm Annie. This is Malachi's brother, Jed. Oh, really? Annie asked. Yes, he's staying with Ruth next door. Annie looked him up and down. You do look a bit alike.
No, I'm much more handsome.
Jed laughed, keeping his eyes on Annie. What brings you here today, Jed? Cherish guessed Jed would be disappointed when he discovered that Annie was married.
I was waiting for an invite, but never received one, so I had to invite myself over.
Annie giggled at his words, and Jed smiled back at her.
Is Malachi here?
Jed asked. He's out back if you want to go find him. Cherish blew on her tea. Jed looked at Annie, and then looked back at Cherish.
How about I stay here with Annie while you fetch him? Thanks, Cherish.
Jed pulled up another chair and sat next to Annie. Cherish was shocked at Jed's rudeness. She looked at Annie, who had locked eyes with Jed. No one noticed Cherish as she sighed. She stood up to walk around the back to get Malachi. Annie shifted in her chair as she studied Jed. He was tall, handsome, and had dark features. She noticed that he was clean-shaven. She sat up straight, placing her hands together in her lap. "So, you must be new to the community. I haven't seen you around. I've known Malachi for years, and he's never mentioned you. Come to think of it, he never talks about his family."
Jed nodded. "I don't live here. I've stayed with Ruth to be close to my brother for a while. Ruth's an old lady, and she's an Englisher. I'm staying in the room off from the barn. It's a cozy place."
"Oh, that's nice. I know Ruth." Jed brushed the hair out of his face.
"What about you?" he asked. "You look familiar. I think you might have served me at the local store."
"No, that wasn't me. You might have seen me around. I'm often visiting Cherish and Malachi. I mean, my husband and I often visit Cherish."
Jed shrugged his shoulders. "I thought you might be married. I don't know many people here. Only Ruth and my brother's wife." He smiled at Annie. "So, what does your husband do?"
"He farms. He's doing a bit of this and a bit of that." Jed leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, Malachi walked onto the porch with Cherish following. "What are you doing here?" Malachi asked as he stood before him.
Jed smirked. "It's good to see you too, brother."
Cherish was a little shocked at how angry Malachi was. Malachi scratched his neck. "Sorry, Annie. I didn't see you there at first. It's nice to see you." "You too, Malachi." Annie gave him a small smile. "Would you like to sit down with us, Malachi?" Malachi shook his head.
"I've got to keep working." "You can't spare a few moments for your older brother? We've not spent time together, and you never invited me over."
Malachi crossed his arms. "So you decided to invite yourself?"
"Precisely."
Annie covered her mouth, trying to muffle her laughter. "Of course, he can spare a few minutes to sit with us." Cherish sat down with Annie and Jed. Malachi hesitated before pulling up a chair from the other side of the porch. Jed picked up a muffin and took a large bite.
These are delicious. Smart move finding yourself a woman who can cook, brother," he said between mouthfuls. "We always thought you'd end up with someone strange like yourself."
"Are you insulting my wife?" Malachi asked.
"No, I'm complimenting her and you for finding such a good woman, not someone strange."
Cherish looked at Malachi and saw his fists were clenched. She placed her hand over his and felt it soften underneath her palm. Cherish turned her attention to Annie, whose eyes were wide, enjoying the tension in the air. "How much longer are you here for, Jed?" Annie asked.
Jed shrugged his shoulders. "I'm not sure yet. I quite like it here. It's nice and peaceful."
"It won't be for much longer," Malachi told Annie. "Jed never stays in one place for very long." Jed turned to look at Malachi.
"You're probably right, but I'll enjoy it while I'm here."
"It's nice to have you here, Jed." Cherish smiled at him. "I've been meaning to invite you for the evening meal one night. A night that suits both you and Ruth. You can get back to me and let me know."
"Thank you, Cherish. Mighty kind of you."
Jed smiled back. "Shall we have some tea?" Annie suggested, lifting the half-empty pot. "That sounds lovely," Cherish said. "I'll make some more for us." She stood up to walk into the kitchen. "I'll help you." Annie got up and went with her. "Oh, Cherish, what would you like me to bake for the get-together next week?" Cherish gulped. "Get-together?" "Yes, you invited Emma here, and me." "That's right. Just bring whatever you like. I know Emma will probably bake cupcakes." Annie nodded. "I'll think of something. Or bring yourself next week. I've always got plenty of food."
"What's happening next week?"
Jed asked. They both turned around to see Jed in the kitchen's doorway with the food they'd left outside. "Oh, a couple of us are having a morning together here." Cherish looked down at the ground.
"No invite for your eldest brother, Malachi?" Jed asked over his shoulder.
Malachi joined them in the kitchen. Of course you're welcome, Jed, but it's only for us women, Cherish blurted out.
I don't mind. I'll wear an apron and speak in a high voice. I'll be happy to see you again, Jed said, looking at Annie.
Jed then put the plate of food down on the kitchen table.
So, how are you enjoying life on the farm, Cherish?
Jed sat at the kitchen table. Cherish grabbed a muffin and put it on her plate. I love it. I waited a long time to move here and be with Malachi.
Aw, that's nice. You two must be living the high life, what with Malachi's windfall and now owning this farm. Everything always came easy for you, brother.
Malachi rolled his eyes.
I'll be outside.
Cherish followed him. What are you doing, Malachi? He held her arm and led her away from the house, out of the earshot of the others.
I can't be around him. I've got things to do.
Why are you leaving me with him? And what did he mean about a windfall? She knew what windfall apples were. Wasn't it a windfall when someone suddenly got a lot of money?
Let me know when he's gone, Malachi said,
before stomping out of the house. Chapter 11. Cherish wasn't going to let Malachi go that easily. She caught up with him on the porch. I want to know what's happening between the two of you. Malachi shook his head.
He's just stupid and says dumb things.
Well, should I ask him questions about your family if you won't tell me anything?
Please listen, Cherish. It's not what you think. I don't know how he found out where I live, but it's not what you think.
You keep saying that, but I don't think anything. You've hardly told me anything about your family or why you keep away from them.
I will tell you more.
She folded her arms and waited.
I'll tell you, but not while they're here. I've got to finish the chores.
He walked away. Meanwhile, inside the house, Jed and Annie seemed to be getting along just fine. Cherish stood there and listened to their conversation for a moment. Jed leaned back in his chair.
I'm too busy with work to date. I don't have time for a serious relationship.
Annie frowned. That's too bad. I always thought a man should have a woman in his life, even if she's just a friend. Jed smiled.
Well, I suppose you're right. It's just hard to find a good woman these days. They're all so self-absorbed. I don't think they've got a clue about a real relationship. So tell me, Annie, why did you come to Willersburg? What brought you here?
Annie looked down at her hands. I've always lived here.
Oh, I thought you'd have some interesting tale to tell.
Jed stopped talking when Cherish walked into the room. Then, after a frosty moment of silence, he got to his feet.
I suppose I should go. It seems I've outstayed my welcome again.
I'll go too. Thank you for a lovely time, Cherish. You'll have to come and visit me soon.
We will, Jed said, before Cherish could say a thing.
Cherish frowned at Jed. I will visit you, she said to Annie. I'm sorry you can't stay longer. Next time. When Annie and Jed left, Malachi returned to the house. Cherish washed the dishes while Malachi sat at the table. She looked over at him. He was staring straight ahead. She poured him a cup of coffee and sat down beside him. Are you all right?
Yes. I don't know what my brother is still doing here. It makes me uneasy.
Cherish shrugged. Perhaps he wants to be closer to you. Malachi shook his head.
He wants something from me. They all do.
Cherish frowned. What do you mean?
Malachi stood up. Never mind. Let's talk about this later. I've got the bookwork to do.
Cherish sighed as she stood up. She'd never seen Malachi so frustrated before. As she went back to washing the dishes, she thought about how hard it must be for Malachi to open up to someone when he'd been alone for so many years. She guessed from what he said that he spent most of his time alone, even when he'd been a child. Now she was even more curious about the rest of his family. She would continue respecting Malachi and giving him time, but she hoped he would open up to her soon. She had been patient, but her patience was wearing thin. Cherish was just about to wipe down the counter when she heard the phone in the barn ringing. "I'll get it." She ran to answer it before the person hung up. She managed to pick up the receiver in time. "Hello? Cherish, it's me." Cherish recognized Favor's voice. "I'm so excited about you moving here. Wait, you haven't changed your mind, have you?" "Of course not. And I wouldn't let Simon change his mind either. Simon wants Bishop Zachariah to choose a house for us from the photos, but I would be grateful if you could choose it. You'd have a better idea of what I like."
Cherish grimaced.
"Oh, that's a lot of pressure. I know how fussy you are." "No, it's no pressure. I don't care where we live or what we live in, but if I can't choose the house, I'd like you to do it. I told the bishop, and he's waiting for you to do it. Could you? Please, please." Cherish took a deep breath. "Sure, if it's okay with Simon. Simon is fine with you doing it." Favor lowered her voice. "It'll also give you a good opportunity to see the bishop's daughters up close. You can see which one looks like Christina. I haven't told anyone about that. See? I can keep a secret." "Good, because we can't tell anyone about this. I haven't even told Malachi." "I know." "I'll go there tomorrow." "Good, because I need to get the best house. Even though they all have a lot of work to do on them, I want a pretty house. I'm going to paint it pale blue, duck egg blue, and I want it to have white shutters and maybe a white roof." "I don't know if that's a good idea. A white roof wouldn't stay white for long. I don't think I've ever seen a white roof." "I guess I don't care what color the roof is. No one will see it anyway." "I'll choose you the prettiest, but I'm sure Simon will be able to make any house pretty." "Maybe. Just do your best, will you please, Cherish?" "I will. Everyone's excited about you moving here. I told Annie and Emma. They can't wait. We'll be 4 best friends." "No one is more excited than I am. I don't need friends if I have you." Cherish was pleased to hear that. They had been close when they were young before Krystal came to the house. Krystal had driven a wedge between them, but that was all in the past, and Favor had returned to her. "You can finally be alone without the in-laws." Favor grimaced and didn't tell Cherish she'd told Simon's parents they could move close by, but not too close. "That's right. We need to be alone so we can start our lives together properly. Just a husband and a wife in their own home with lots of room for all the babies we'll have." "That would be lovely." "You live alone with just your husband, so why can't I have that too? It's not too much to ask." "You will have it. Stay here while your house is getting made livable." "Don't worry about that. I'll be there as soon as possible, and we can have loads of fun. We can cook together, we can feed the animals together, and we can write letters together. Oh, and we can sew together." "I'll look forward to it."
"Anyone there?"
Cherish heard a male voice, and she stepped back and looked out the barn door. "I have to go, Favor. I think Jed's here again." "Okay. Bye, Cherish." "Bye." Cherish hung up the receiver and hurried out of the barn. Chapter 12. Cherish saw that it was her brother-in-law. "Hi, Jed." It made her uneasy that he was hanging around on their property. She looked up at the house, but Malachi was nowhere to be seen.
"There you are, hiding in the barn."
Cherish chuckled. "I was speaking with my sister, Favor. She's moving here with her husband."
"Interesting."
"I thought you left," Cherish said.
"I did, but I'm back again. Why is your sister moving here?"
"She's buying one of those blocks of land. Do you know about them?"
"I might have heard something. Tell me about them again."
Cherish took a deep breath. "There are 5 lots of land, about 10 acres each. They're being sold cheaply, and Simon and Favor have bought one of them."
Jed folded his arms. "And why would someone sell land cheaply?"
Cherish looked up at the sky while she tried to recall what the bishop had told her. I think someone didn't want the land, and the bishop wanted more young people to come here, and that's encouragement.
So it's the bishop's land.
No, he's just looking after it and negotiating on behalf of the owner.
Interesting. It sounds a bit odd that you wouldn't look further into it. Did you ever think it might be a scam?
It's not. We've seen the land. It's legitimate. Otherwise, the bishop wouldn't be involved. Jed sat on a long bench under a tree and patted the seat beside him. Cherish looked up at the house, hoping Malachi would save her from Jed, but there was no sight of him. She sat next to Jed. Don't you want to talk with Malachi?
Where is he? He asked.
He's in the house doing the books.
Cooking the books, did you say?
Cherish frowned at him. She knew what cooking the books meant. It meant that he was doing something fraudulent. No. Why would you say that?
Let me ask you something. How are you and my brother off for money?
She opened her mouth to answer, but realized she didn't know. She knew that she owned the farm outright and owed no money on it, but that's all she knew. Was Malachi running up debts around town? Is that why Jed was talking to her like this? We're doing okay.
Is that right?
We have the farm, and I get a little income from the apple orchard, but it's not much since the apple income is split so many ways between the family.
Hasn't he told you then?
Told me what?
Your husband has a lot of money but hasn't shared it with his family. It sounds like you don't even know about it.
Cherish stared at Jed, not believing a word. She regretted not listening to Malachi's warnings about him. And how did he get this money?
I can see you don't believe me.
Jed shook his head.
I find it unbelievable that he kept it from you since you're his wife.
It's not true. You're not making sense. Could you please leave? Cherish stood up. She didn't want to be so rude, but neither could she let Jed make a fool of her by sitting there listening to his lies. Jed bounded to his feet and threw his hands in the air.
Don't say I didn't try to tell you.
He strode away, and she watched him get into Ruth's car. Cherish placed her hands on her hips and watched as Ruth's red car sped down the driveway. Unbelievable, Cherish said aloud. At that moment, Malachi came out of the house.
Was that Jed?
Malachi called out from the porch. Cherish walked over to him. Yes, he sure was acting weird. I'm sorry, but I had to ask him to leave. Malachi shook his head.
No need to apologize to me. That's what I wanted to do the first time I saw him here.
Cherish walked up the porch steps and wrapped her arms around Malachi. He encircled his arms around her.
What did he say to upset you? Malachi asked.
He said you have a lot of money and haven't told me. Cherish felt his body stiffen, and then he stepped back. Hopefully he'll go home soon, Malachi said. He's driving Ruth's car. He's supposed to be driving a horse and buggy. Even riding horseback would be better, or he could walk. Malachi shook his head.
He doesn't care about anything.
I'm surprised.
Don't be.
Cherish swallowed hard. You've finished the books?
Yep, they're all up to date.
Good. And?
We're doing fine.
How is that right? Since I've been here, we've had no money coming in, and there have been things to pay. Money's going out, but what money is coming in? You even gave those piglets away as pets.
You haven't been here that long. I made a fair bit before, and we're doing good. If there was anything to worry about, I wouldn't leave you in the dark. Trust me.
Wally waddled between them, and Cherish leaned down and ruffled his back feathers. Favor wants me to choose a house for her from the bishop's photos.
Shall we go to my uncle's house tomorrow and look at them closer?
Yes, I'd like that. Favor doesn't want to waste any time.
Neither would I if I was in her place.
He kissed her on her forehead.
Why don't you make us another cup of coffee?
Okay, They walked into the kitchen. After Cherish put the tea kettle on to boil, she leaned against the counter, silently praying, "Dear Lord, please make things clear between Malachi and me." Cherish made the coffee and poured 2 cups. She handed one to Malachi and sat beside him at the kitchen table. "I'm sorry about Jed," he said. "His mouth runs away with him. I'm not sure what's behind it." "That's okay. You can't control what he does or says." Cherish sipped her coffee. "I'm very pleased you're here with me, Cherish. It's like a dream come true." She tried to smile. "I'm happy to be here with you." "No one is happier than I am." He leaned over and kissed her. "Too many women sit at home and never do anything. You're not one of those kinds of people." "You've always said you didn't want a lazy wife." He reached for her hand, entwining his fingers with hers. "I can't remember I said that." "Me neither. Perhaps I just made it up." They both laughed. Chapter 13. The next day at Bishop Zachariah's house, Cherish and Malachi looked at all the photos of homes spread out on the table. The old homes were hundreds of miles away and would have to be trucked to Willersburg. "It's so good that your sister and brother-in-law are moving here. Our little community is growing," the bishop said. "It feels good," Leonie, the bishop's wife, said as she watched. "What do you think of this one?" The bishop pointed to a picture of one of the houses. Cherish studied the picture. "I was looking at that one. I like it. Would there be a lot to do inside?" "From the notes, it's not too bad, and you could add your own touches." "I think Favor would like that one. What do you think, Malachi?" "I agree." "She wants shutters, and although it doesn't have any shutters on the windows now, they could be put on, couldn't they?"
"Yes," the bishop said. "That wouldn't be a problem."
"I think that's the nicest. Can they have that one, please?" Cherish asked.
"Sure. I'll have that one sent here for them."
Leonie stood up. "Now that's decided. I'll make some refreshments." "I'll help," said Cherish as she got to her feet. While Cherish was in the kitchen, she looked out the window at a couple of the bishop's children doing chores. She was anxious to know if any of them might fit the description of the baby daughter Christina gave up for adoption. "How many girls do you have, Leonie?" Leonie looked out the window. 5. "That's so lovely. And what ages are they?" "Let me see now. 6, 8, 13, 15, and 19. Cherish had to wonder how old Christina's daughter would be. With a quick calculation, she figured that it had to be the 13 or possibly the 15-year-old. "I heard that all your children are adopted." "That's right. We make no secret of it. God blessed us with many children, even though I couldn't bear them myself." "That's wonderful. Shall I get the cups?" "Yes, from that cupboard there." Leonie nodded to an overhead kitchen cabinet. "Thank you," Cherish said as she opened the door and grabbed 3 cups. She brought them over to the table. Cherish poured tea into each cup, but as she was pouring one for herself, it fell from her hand and shattered on the floor. Cherish gasped, horrified. "Oh, dear," Leonie said, rushing to help her. "I'm so sorry I broke a cup." Cherish did her best to pick up the pieces. While they were cleaning up the pieces of the broken cup, Cherish glanced at the bishop and Malachi, who were now in the room, looking on. "I'm so sorry," Cherish told the bishop. "It just slipped away from me."
"Don't worry about it. Accidents happen."
"It's not the first time I've had to clean up after someone." Leonie laughed.
"I think we should see if this is a sign," the bishop said.
"A sign of what?" Cherish asked.
"A sign we should use paper cups when you visit,"
Bishop Zachariah laughed. Cherish was relieved. She thought he would say it was a sign that Favor shouldn't have the house. Leonie laughed. "He's teasing you." Cherish smiled. "I'll have to get used to that." 3 of the bishop's daughters rushed in, and Cherish got another look at them. The eldest girl had brown hair, and she was petite. The one Cherish guessed to be the 13-year-old looked very much like Christina. When she saw Cherish looking at her, she smiled at her. Cherish's heart stung as she smiled back. The girl in the middle had dark hair and hung back as though she were shy. She didn't look much like Christina, but maybe she took after her father. Cherish didn't even know who the father of Christina's child was or what he looked like. That was certainly never talked about. Leonie gave her daughters more work to do outside. Then Leonie and Cherish carried the tea and cake to the bishop and Malachi, who had returned to the living room. As soon as they all sat down, the bishop announced, "I'll visit the house before a commitment is made, and I'll make sure that the house is all right." "If you want, I'll go with you," Malachi said. "Oh, no, I'm sure it'll be fine." Cherish didn't want Malachi to go anywhere. The bishop had said that those houses were coming from 500 miles away. He'd be gone for days. "I didn't expect you'd do that. I thought we'd choose it from the photos." "We'll make sure that it's okay." Malachi smiled at her. "I don't think it's necessary. And Favor is okay with just getting it from the photo. That's all she's expecting. Both Favor and Simon expect they'll be doing work to the house. That's why they'll be staying at our place until it's all done." Bishop Zachariah looked over at Malachi. "Well, what do you think?" Malachi looked over at Cherish. "As long as Favor is okay with it and not going to blame you if it's not up to her standards." Cherish nodded. "She won't blame me. Favor assured me she'll be fine with anything, as long as there is a roof over their heads." "Then we won't inspect it," the bishop said. Cherish was relieved that Malachi wasn't going anywhere. Cherish brought the tea up to her lips and took a sip. Chapter 14. Matthew walked into Krystal's quilt store. He couldn't see Krystal anywhere. He looked around. Some quilts hung like a museum's paintings, and others were folded on shelves. One wall was filled with fabric rolls and quilting implements. Krystal had been busy in the back room, opening some deliveries she'd gotten earlier that day. She heard the bell ring and walked back into her showroom. Matthew stood tall, his shoulders square. She was pleased to see him, and even more delighted when she saw he'd come with a take-out coffee for her. He grinned and handed it to her. Taking it from him, she took off the lid and breathed deeply. There was nothing she liked more than the aroma of coffee. It reminded her of lazy mornings at home, in the kitchen with Wilma and Debbie. "Thank you. Aren't you supposed to be working?" "I'm on a break." "I didn't think orchard workers got a break." He laughed. "You say that each time I come here. I put in the hours. Don't you worry about that." Krystal took a sip of coffee, and it went down smoothly. "And each time I say it, you give me that same answer." "Well, I love coming to see you. You brighten my day and give me something to look forward to. I'm not working in a factory on an assembly line or anything. If I take an hour off during the day, I work an hour longer. It's no big deal." She liked hearing he enjoyed the time he spent with her. She wasn't sure she was ready to tell him that she enjoyed it equally. "I'm glad you enjoy it." He walked over to the fabrics and studied them. "These are nice." "They're new."
"I can see that."
They discussed the new fabrics for a few minutes. Then he asked,
"Are you busy for dinner tonight?"
"No."
"Would you like to come over for pizza? My housemate will be out until late."
"I'm not sure that is a good idea," Krystal said.
"You won't accept an invitation with the new man in your life?"
She laughed at him. He'd asked her to marry him, but she hadn't given him an answer. "You're hardly the new man in my life. We're not even dating." He stepped closer.
"We could be if you just say the word."
She held her hand up and gestured around the room. "I'm too busy with his shop to date. I don't think I'm ready for it."
"Don't look at it as dating. See it as a relationship leading to marriage."
"That's what scares me," Krystal muttered.
"Why?"
He placed his hands loosely on his hips. I don't want to get hurt.
Neither do I, but that's the risk we take for love.
I don't know you well enough to trust you, Krystal said.
You can trust me, he said.
I guess I'll have to take your word for it. The truth was that she needed proof, and when she had it, she'd allow herself to trust him.
He laughed. I can understand that. I know I have a lot of work to do in that area, but I assure you, I'm not the same man who dated Fenella.
She looked into his hazel eyes. She didn't know him well enough to trust him, but she was sure of one thing. She could fall in love with him if he had changed. So you're a different man from the man you were a few weeks ago? You were telling everyone you met the one you would marry. Fenella was pretty happy with you as well.
I'll make you a deal, Matthew said.
What kind of deal?
You come for pizza with me, and I'll let you know that I've changed.
She had to make sure she was still thinking clearly. She wanted to marry and have children, but she wanted her husband to love her above all others. She didn't know if Matthew could do that, especially with how quickly he lost interest in her when Fenella showed up. He was looking at her expectantly.
Well?
I'm thinking.
That thing with Fenella is a problem for you, isn't it?
He knew her too well. It's a problem, she answered. He sighed.
I give up. I can't make you do anything you don't want to do, so I guess I'll see you around.
She couldn't risk losing the only Amish man who was interested in her. Matthew, wait. He turned around.
Yes?
I'll go to dinner with you, but not at your house. What if we go out somewhere to eat?
Thank you, he said,
a huge smile lighting his face.
I'll see you tonight at 6. I'll come to pick you up.
I'll be waiting. She put her hand on her forehead. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I know. I'm surprised myself.
Krystal felt a little better, but she'd feel even better if he passed the test that Hope was setting up for him. When he left, she picked up her coffee, took a mouthful, and returned to unpacking her orders. Chapter 15. When Krystal locked the door of her quilt store that afternoon, Matthew was right there beside her. She saw him from the corner of her eye, and he made her jump. I thought you were picking me up from home.
No, I had a change of plans. We're already near pizza restaurants, so I thought we could go now if you're hungry.
I guess I can eat. I skipped lunch. Then we'll be going home in separate buggies. His eyebrows rose.
Yeah, I can come to your home when we're done here, since we'll be eating early and finishing early.
Krystal nodded. Since he was already here, there was no point in telling him she'd rather go home first. She slipped the key into her bag. Where are we going?
Let's go up this way. There's a good pizza restaurant a few streets over.
You didn't make a reservation? Krystal asked. He frowned at her.
Is that a thing?
Yes, it is.
No, I didn't, but I don't think anything will be booked out.
Matthew walked a little too fast for her, but Krystal kept up. They were soon at the restaurant, a cute place with red and white checkered tablecloths.
Let's go in, Matthew said.
Matthew held the door open for her, and Krystal tried to hide how pleased she was by it. Inside, Matthew took her hand. She glanced at him, and he smiled shyly. The texture of Matthew's hand was rough from all the labor he did in the orchard. The hostess looked at them. Table for two?
Yes, please, Matthew said.
Follow me. The restaurant was dimly lit, with a romantic glow from the candles on the tables. The walls were covered in pictures of Italy.
A quiet table somewhere in the back, please?
Matthew asked the hostess. Sure. The hostess kept walking. Krystal and Matthew sat down at a table. Matthew's hand was still around hers, and she was surprised she liked it.
Do you want to share or just order two?
Matthew asked when the waitress handed them menus. Two sounds like a good idea. Krystal said. "Then we can share." Matthew immediately made his order of meat lovers, and then Krystal chose one with seafood. "Do you want drinks while you wait?" the waitress asked. "Just some water, please," Krystal said.
"I'll get some too."
Matthew gave a nod. Once the waitress left, Krystal looked at the pictures on the restaurant wall, trying to distract herself from Matthew's steady gaze. A moment later, a jug of water was placed in front of Matthew. He poured each a glass and then took a big gulp of water. He set his glass down and looked at her. An Italian song played softly in the background. The singer's voice was rich and full, deep and soothing.
"You are beautiful," Matthew said.
Krystal looked at him. "Thank you." She didn't want to get too carried away by him romancing her until she knew his true intentions.
"How did your day go? Did you get much quilting done, or sell many quilts?"
"I did all right today. How about you? How did your orcharding go?" He chuckled.
"My orcharding went okay."
He reached over and lightly brushed her cheek with his fingertips.
"I don't think I'll be able to concentrate on anything the rest of the evening."
His voice was deep, warm, and soothing. Krystal felt the heat rising to her face. "I'm sure you'll be able to eat." He nodded, but the waitress chose to set their dishes down at that moment, and they were silent until she left. The smell of the food made Krystal's mouth water. They closed their eyes and said a silent prayer of thanks for the food. Then Krystal cut a piece of her pizza and slipped it into her mouth. She sighed a little and closed her eyes in delight. The flavor was rich and salty. "This is so good. Is yours?"
"It's great."
Matthew was enjoying his pizza. When he chewed, she saw his jaw move. The muscles in his neck were tight. He sat straight, his stomach flat and his chest broad under his white shirt. Krystal cut a little more of her pizza. She waited for Matthew to finish his first slice before she ate more. She didn't want him to think she wasn't interested in him, but she wasn't a fan of eating with someone staring at her. Satisfied, Matthew leaned back in his chair.
"That hit the spot nicely. Want to share?"
"Sure." She took a bite, and her eyes widened. "This is good."
"We should do this again sometime."
Krystal was quiet. Then she took a big drink of water. "We'll see."
"You can say no," he said. "Just don't leave me hanging."
"I need to be sure. I guess time will tell."
"You make me nervous. That's why I thought you'd never want to marry a guy like me. You're so beautiful and so fun to be with. You could have any guy you wanted. So why would you choose me?"
Krystal swallowed hard. She couldn't get anyone she wanted because many still thought of her as an outsider. Some would always see her that way. She didn't know what to do with herself, so she took another bite of her pizza. "How many children do you want?" Matthew's eyes sparkled.
"To start with, I want you. Then, if God chooses to bless us, we can start with one. But we don't want to be overrun with them, right?"
Krystal laughed. "Not to start with. We can start with one."
"So you have been thinking about what I asked you the other day?"
"I haven't stopped thinking about it. It's only—"
"What is troubling you?" he asked.
She grabbed her glass and took a mouthful of water. His shoulders were hunched over.
"You're still thinking about how I briefly dated Fenella?"
Krystal nodded. "It does concern me how you liked me and then completely forgot about me when she came along. Do you want me for me, or do you want me because I'm someone convenient that you can marry?"
"Let's put it this way. When Fenella came along, I thought she was like you, but better. She wasn't."
"So you threw me out of your life?"
"I wasn't in a perfect place. I think I reverted into being a spoilt boy who wanted to be married because it was expected. But I didn't want it."
"But now you want it?"
Matthew nodded. "Yeah, but only with you."
Krystal wished she could believe him. When you put it like that, it makes me wonder what you want from me.
I want everything from you. I want to hold you, kiss you, and love you. I want everything that comes with it.
But in a few years, when I'm old and gray, will you still want me?
Matthew took her hand and kissed her knuckles. I'll want you just as much then as I do now, and even more.
What about me being born an Englisher?
I don't care about any of that. It's what you are now that counts.
Krystal peeped at him from under her eyelashes. Promise?
I promise. So will you marry me?
I'm still thinking about it.
I'll wait. I'll wait as long as it takes. As long as I know that you're considering me.
The waitress came over to clear their dishes, and then Matthew ordered them coffee and dessert. It had been an odd night for Krystal. It had been emotional, draining, and enjoyable, all at the same time. She hoped he wouldn't try to kiss her when he walked her to her buggy. She'd have to move away, and that would be awkward. Thankfully, he did no such thing. As she sat in the driver's seat of the buggy with him hanging onto the door, she said, "Don't come back tonight. It's late."
He slowly nodded. Okay. We did stay longer than I thought we would.
Thank you, Matthew. I had a great night.
You did?
Yes.
Good. I'll see you when I see you.
Good night, Matthew. He closed the buggy door, and she slapped the lines lightly against the horse, and the horse moved on. All the attention he gave her made her feel good about herself, like she was a worthwhile person. It was good to feel wanted and special. But she couldn't let herself be drawn into his arms and his heart until he passed the test Hope was setting for him. Chapter 16. When Malachi and Cherish were finished with their chores, they took a walk around their farm. The graftings from Florence should be here any day.
That'll be good. We can plant them, and together we can watch them grow.
They came to the stream that ran through the back of their farm. We need a boat, Cherish said.
Malachi laughed. This water is hardly big enough for a boat.
What about a small boat?
Like a raft?
Yes, that would be fun. We could sit on it and fish.
I don't think we'd catch anything but a cold, Malachi said.
Cherish laughed at him. The fun's in the trying.
I'll look into it. I can make one for us if I can't find one.
Okay.
I'm sorry that I don't talk about my family much. I know you want to know, but it's hard for me because I'd rather not talk about them. I don't have anything in common with any of them. You've met Jed and seen how arrogant he is.
Yes, he is a little different. Are they all like that?
Not really. They're farmers like us. It's not that they're bad people. They've just had various problems. They made bad choices.
I see, Cherish said.
I don't understand them. That's the problem.
I won't push you. Tell me about them when you're ready. He pulled back his shoulders and then sat down on a large rock, and she sat down beside him.
I can tell you now. You've been patient enough. I'll start with my father.
He rubbed his face with both hands.
This is embarrassing.
Don't be embarrassed. You can tell me anything. He took a deep breath.
Here goes. When I was young, I remember him being gone for months, and then he'd suddenly show up. My brothers and I found out he was making money from traveling shows. He did magic tricks to entertain people. After a few warnings from the bishop, he stopped.
So your mother was left alone with you and your brothers while he was gone?
Yes. When I was a kid, I just wanted a normal family. I was embarrassed by my father. My mother covered up for him until we were teenagers. Then my father stopped leaving.
That would have been hard for her. I guess she had to cover for him. I'm sorry you had to go through it, Cherish said. Maybe he needed the money to support the family.
Or maybe he needed to break from the Amish community's restrictions.
Possibly. She could see the pain in Malachi's eyes. It must have been hard for you. Malachi looked at the ground. Cherish put her hand on his arm. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry about it all.
It's okay. I want to understand you. Your father sounds so different from mine. You told me once that your parents were similar to mine. They sound very different. At least, your father does. He shook his head.
I guess I should tell you about my mother. She wasn't perfect. Far from it.
Go on,
Cherish told him. Before I was born, my mother ran off with a traveling salesman. According to my father, she was always chasing after a man. It was something the bishop talked about when I last saw him. It's not good to do, but that's what happened.
So in between your father being away, your mother was away too?
No, this was before I was born. She settled down. She came back before I was born.
Cherish was confused. Did that mean Malachi might have had a different father than his brothers? That could explain a lot. She hated to ask, and she was almost cringing as she did. You mean she got pregnant with the salesman?
No, I mean she finally came back to my father and my brothers. I was born about a year later.
Oh, I see.
He looked over at her. I have messed up parents. My father never lets my mother forget about the salesman. He talked about it even with us kids listening. That's how we found out about it. My brothers would have been too young to remember Ma leaving at the time, so we found out about it from the fights. My mother threw it back at Pa, talking about his magic acts. She always told him his best act was disappearing, and why didn't he disappear again and make everyone happy?
Cherish felt so sorry for Malachi. She had no idea that he'd grown up in such a household. She'd imagined he'd had a stable upbringing, similar to hers. That's not your fault. They came back, didn't they? That's the important thing. You can't hold their past against them.
I do, he said through gritted teeth. They're messed up. I haven't seen them for years, and that's how it'll stay.
Stop it. It's not good to hold on to the anger.
Cherish reached up and ran her hand over his cheek.
Your mother came back to the family.
Yeah, the salesman probably moved on to someone else. It might not have been her decision. She might have just had nowhere to go.
You don't know that for sure. She came back, and she stayed for decades. Same with your father. That means something. He covered her hand with his.
I suppose that's one way of looking at things. You're a special person, Cherish.
So are you. Malachi bent over and caressed her forehead with a kiss.
I'm the happiest man alive because you're my wife.
Her heart raced at his touch, and she smiled as she felt a rush of love for him. It was an emotion she felt each time he kissed her. She looked over at the stream and then looked into the swirling water as it glistened in the sunlight, moved along by the wind that was whipping up. She looked down when she felt something touch her leg. It was Caramel letting her know he was there. She patted him. You woke up, Caramel?
They both did, Malachi said, pointing at Wally, who was waddling toward them.
We can never get a moment to ourselves,
Cherish joked. Let's go back to the house. It's getting cold.
He stood up and pulled her to her feet. Putting his arm around her shoulders, Malachi led Cherish away from the stream. Cherish's eyes welled up with tears, and she tried not to let Malachi see it. It had taken Malachi a long time to open up about his family. Cherish could see that he trusted her. Now it was her turn. She knew she had to tell him the secret she'd been keeping from him. Chapter 17. Once they returned to the house, Cherish sat Malachi down in the living room and handed him Dagmar's notebook. "Read this." She stood behind him, looking over his shoulder. "It's Aunt Dagmar's book." He frowned, looked down at it, and was silent for a few moments while reading it. He looked up at her. "What does it mean?" "Aunt Dagmar wrote that. She says Christina had a baby she gave away before she married Mark." "You never told me that." She shrugged her shoulders. "Not everyone knows. I wasn't deliberately keeping it from you." "Yeah, but still." "I think it sounds like Aunt Dagmar knew where Christina's baby went. What family the baby went to," Cherish explained. He looked back at the words on the page. "It sounds like it. Wait, do you think she might be one of Uncle Zachariah's children?" Cherish nodded as she sat on the couch next to him. "Exactly. I was figuring we could find out for sure, and then we can reunite them." "Wait a minute. Slow down." He shook his head. "You haven't said anything to Christina about this, have you?" Cherish's smile was wiped off when she saw Malachi's seriousness. "No." "What right do we have to reunite them? It's nothing to do with you, and it's nothing to do with me. We can't be involved in this." Cherish had hoped he'd have a different reaction. "Why not?" "Because that's just not how it works." "But Christina's regretted it ever since she gave her away. She was miserable for years because of it." "You're not thinking about this rationally, Cherish. What about the whole of Uncle Zachariah's family? It'll affect each one of them." "I don't see it that way. Children always like to know where they come from."
"No." He shook his head. "In some cases, they're better off not knowing the truth. Trust me, I would have been better off not knowing what kind of parents I have." Now Cherish wished she had never opened her mouth. A tear trickled down Cherish's face.
"Well, thank you for being so understanding," she said sarcastically, getting up from the couch.
"Cherish, wait."
"No," Cherish said, raising her hand. "I don't need your permission. I don't need your blessing. I'm old enough to make my own choices about things."
"Cherish, wait."
"What, Malachi?"
Cherish spun around to face him. "Please don't do this." Malachi stood up. "I want what's best for everyone. Let's talk about it." Malachi walked toward Cherish, but she backed away.
"I know what I'm doing. How can you keep it a secret when we know the mother of one of Bishop Zachariah's children?"
Cherish ran towards the door, and when she opened it, she couldn't get out because Jed was standing there on the doorstep. Cherish gasped and looked up at him. "I'm home," he said jokingly. "It's not the time, Jed," Malachi said as he moved behind Cherish. Jed put both hands up. "Okay, I know my timing's not the best. I heard something about Uncle Zachariah and other things. What about our uncle's children? Do you know the mother of one of his children, Cherish?" Cherish shook her head.
"You must forget what you heard."
Jed stepped into the house and closed the door behind him. "I can keep my mouth shut if you're worried about that. If it affects my family, I need to know." Malachi moved closer to Jed. "You've never been close to Uncle Zachariah, so what do you care?" "Not close in the distance, but I'm here now, and his family. I care about family, unlike you." Cherish could see a flash of anger in Malachi's eyes, and she didn't want things to get worse between the brothers.
"I might know."
Jed rubbed his chin. "Which child is it?"
"I don't know for certain. Malachi and I were discussing what to do about it."
Jed narrowed his eyes. "I don't think you can do anything about it. Is this daughter actively looking for her mother?" "No," Malachi answered.
"We don't know that for sure, Malachi." Cherish looked over at Jed. "But my friend would love to know where her daughter is and that she's okay."
Jed shook his head. "Seeing you don't know anything for certain, it's best that you don't do anything."
"You're both too much alike."
Cherish opened the door and rushed outside, leaving the two brothers alone. Now she was in a bad mood that she couldn't shake.
A walk around the farm would calm her, and so would being away from people who thought differently than she.
I don't see why she would do that,
Jed said to Malachi.
I'll talk to her and find out what she's thinking.
Jed shook his head.
You will tell her not to talk to these people, won't you?
Malachi grinned. No, I won't. I'll tell her that she has my blessing to talk to them. That's the only way that she'll stop and think for herself. We'll have to hope and pray that she sees sense in keeping quiet. Jed folded his arms.
Sounds like a risky plan to me. You're caving in. Aren't you the man of the family?
That's my way of being the man. I'm being respectful to my wife. Jed threw his head back and laughed.
Sounds more like you're being led around by her, agreeing with whatever she wants.
You can think what you want. Malachi opened the door, grabbed Cherish's coat, and stepped outside, leaving Jed in the house. Malachi knew that Cherish wanted Christina to be happy, but if she stopped and thought a bit more, she'd realize that more people than Christina were involved. He prayed that she would listen to him, and that nothing she'd do would hurt anyone. Cherish ran through the farm until she got to the hill. She sat down and took a moment to catch her breath, trying to get her thoughts together. Then she lowered herself to the cold ground. It wasn't supposed to be like this, she sighed, just as the first snowflakes of the season fell around her. The air was freezing, and the wind carried the mixed fragrances of the field, a strangely comforting perfume that mingled with the earthy smells of the farm animals. She closed her eyes, and all was quiet but for the gentle flutter of snowflakes drifting down from the sky. She'd thought that two married people would think alike on all subjects and be a friend and a constant lifelong companion. How could Malachi's views differ so drastically from hers? With her eyes still closed, she was suddenly enveloped with warmth. She looked around and saw Malachi standing over her, wrapping her coat around her. He sat down next to her. You'll catch a cold if you're out here for too long. Cherish laughed. You sound like my mother. No, just someone who cares about you more than anything else. Cherish breathed out heavily. I'm sorry I ran off. I should have stayed and talked it through. But when Jed came and he agreed with you, it was just too much. I know you were excited that you might be able to help Christina find her child, but we still don't know where Christina's child is. You don't know for sure, do you? I don't. It's just a pretty good guess. Cherish shook her head and realized that there wasn't enough information, and maybe Malachi was right. She'd upset too many people if she opened her mouth. I guess you think I'm pretty childish. No, I think you're a fast runner. I left the house only seconds after you, and you got here so quickly. Cherish laughed. She loved the way Malachi talked to her, so kind and calm. A stinging sensation in her eyes was getting stronger, and the intensity of emotion overcame her. I'm sorry, Malachi. I'm sorry that I accused you of not being able to see things the way I saw them. It's just, I know. You're protective of the people you love. Malachi's voice was soft and laced with understanding, encouraging her to continue. That's not it. I think I'm protective of you as well. I want you to be happy. I want to help you make decisions in your life that will make you happy. She shook her head. But you're you, and I'm me. We don't have to agree on everything, do we? No, we're two different people. We're not always going to see things the same, but we can always discuss things and agree to disagree if we have to. Cherish smiled and then looked up at the sky. It's snowing. I noticed. We should get back to our guest if he's still in the house. He's probably moved in by now. He stood up, held his hand to Cherish, and lifted her to her feet. Malachi put his arm around her, and they walked back to the house. When they walked into the house, they found Jed making himself a cup of coffee with Cherish's birds perched on his shoulders. He turned around when they walked into the kitchen. Coffee?
I can make you some. I know where everything is, Jed said.
Malachi nodded, and Cherish said, "Yes, please." She was glad to put their argument aside, and waited while Jed made coffee. Even Malachi seemed to be overlooking his dislike of his brother for the moment. Both Cherish and Malachi sat at the kitchen table. Once Jed served them coffee, he stood there, smiling at them.
I'm sure you want to talk about me, so I'll leave you in peace.
"But aren't you having coffee with us?" Cherish asked.
No, I have things to do.
Jed put Tommy and Timmy back in their cage.
Ruth will make me coffee. If either of you wants any life advice or anything else, you know where to find me.
He gave them a wink and walked out of their house. Cherish laughed. "That was a bit odd."
What do you expect?
Malachi said.
I tried to warn you about him. He's probably the best of the family.
Cherish sipped her coffee. "He makes a good cup of coffee."
Don't get attached to him. You'll get fond of him, and then he'll let you down. Trust me, that's what everyone in my family will do to you. Except for me, of course.
"I won't get attached. He is kind of likable in a weird way." They sat there in silence for a while. Cherish wondered the purpose of finding that note of Aunt Dagmar's if she wasn't supposed to do anything about it. She'd even had that vivid dream where her aunt had appeared to her, which had seemed like a prophetic dream at the time. Perhaps the timing was off, but would Christina be upset with her for not telling her all she knew once the truth came out? Malachi put his arm around her.
Everything will turn out just how it's meant to.
Cherish was comforted by his words. "Can you go to Ruth's house and invite her and Jed for a meal on Saturday night?" He leaned back.
Are you sure?
"Yes. I should have asked while he was here. I've been meaning to have them both over, and I want to make sure that Jed doesn't do anything rash. I want to get to know him better before he goes."
I'll go there first thing tomorrow and invite them both.
"Thank you."
Chapter 18.
Florence drank herbal tea, not wanting to go to bed. Most nights she had awful dreams, and she hoped that nothing would go wrong with her pregnancy. Carter kept asking her if she was okay, so it was obvious he sensed something was wrong. He'd taken over much of their daughter's care since Florence had gotten pregnant. He was acting like she was fragile and needed him to do everything. She, on the other hand, wanted to be in control. She'd been a mother to her 6 stepsisters in the past, and looked after the orchard, and had to oversee the household. It was hard to allow someone else to do something when she'd done it all herself for so many years. In those days, Wilma had been little help, leaving everything to Florence, including the discipline of the girls. Even though Florence's life was different now, and she had Carter, it was hard to let him take over certain things, which extended to their child's care. She looked over at their dog Spot, asleep on the couch. That's all he ever did these days. If only she could sleep so soundly. She sighed, and then heard Carter coming into the room.
Are you okay? Carter asked. You haven't been yourself lately. I know it's hard to be pregnant, but you really need to relax.
I know. I keep thinking about the past and everything. I need to forgive some people. I feel so much anger.
Who do you need to forgive?
Everyone, she said. My father for leaving me. Wilma for not helping me. I had to do her job for her. There are a lot of people.
Maybe you need to talk with Wilma.
I'm not sure how to do that. I try to put it out of my mind about her hiding my father's will. Things would have been different if she hadn't. He sat down and put his arm around her. She looked over at Carter. He was a beautiful man, and she was grateful she'd met him. He was one of the kindest people she'd ever come across. She was thankful he'd come into her life when he had.
We've already put that in the past, he said.
I know that. My head has put it in the past, but maybe my heart hasn't. I can't help the way I feel.
Make an effort to forgive Wilma. She was a desperate woman. She's not spiteful, is she?
No, just selfish.
We have more than enough money. We have more than we'll ever need.
Wilma knew how much I loved the orchard. It wasn't about the money. Florence felt terrible for mentioning it and rehashing things that had happened years ago. I don't even know why I think about these things. I haven't thought about them for years. But now, when my head hits the pillow, I think about people who have wronged me.
Maybe it's time to talk to Wilma.
There's a part of me that doesn't want to. I don't know why.
Perhaps there are some things that have been left unsaid, and when they're said, you'll feel better, Carter suggested.
Florence shook her head. I always open my mouth and regret things. I'm scared of what I will say.
Why don't you come to bed? It's late.
Florence agreed, and they went to bed. After a few minutes, Carter fell asleep, and Florence lay in the room, her mind going to unhappy places. After a couple of hours of being unable to sleep, she got up and read about pregnancy and the changes that were about to occur in her body. She had been to the doctor, and the doctor gave her a clean health bill. The pregnancy was progressing normally. She was also glad that her hair wasn't falling out, as it had done during her previous pregnancy. Florence fell asleep on the couch and woke some time later when she felt Spot licking her fingers. She moved her hand and lay there for a while, and then got up and went back to bed. Glancing at the clock on the nightstand, Florence saw it was 4 a.m. She put her head on the pillow and prayed that she wouldn't have any bad dreams. Chapter 19. On Saturday night, Malachi and Cherish heard a car zooming up their driveway, and Cherish looked out the window. She was surprised to see Jed driving. It annoyed her that he would openly go against the Ordnung when Ruth could have easily driven her own car. Jed jumped out of the car and ran around to open Ruth's door. Cherish walked to the front door with Malachi. Ruth wore a black turtleneck sweater with black pants, and her gray hair was drawn back with a red headband. "Thanks for coming," Cherish said to them. "Oh, get my pie, would you?" Ruth said to Jed. Jed returned to the car and got a large container from the back seat. "You didn't need to bring anything, Ruth," Cherish said. "I love cooking things. It's not a problem." When Jed had the container in his hands, Ruth pointed to Cherish. "Give it to her. There you go, Cherish." What is it again, Ruth?" A huge smile covered Ruth's face. "It's a lemon pie. Well, it started out that way, but the crust absorbed the pie filling, and now it's all soft like a mousse. I call it a lemon pousse."
Get it? Jed laughed. It's a cross between a pie and a mousse, so it's a pousse.
Jed looked over at Wally, who was standing next to Malachi.
Rhymes with goose. Wally would like that.
Ruth stood there looking pleased with herself. Cherish took the container. "It sounds delightful. I'll be sure to give you an extra helping, Jed." The smile left Jed's face. "Come inside." Malachi held the door wide open for them. Cherish directed them to the living room, and Malachi hurried to the kitchen. When she came out, Jed was on the couch with Ruth. Cherish handed the pie to Malachi. "Would you put this in the kitchen?" "Sure." "The meal will be ready in about 10 minutes, Cherish told everyone. "We can sit near the fire until then." "I'd like to put a log on the fire," Ruth said. "I hate to sit close to a fire that's not burning brightly." "Well, sure," Cherish said. "I'll help you choose the log." They walked over to the fireplace, and Ruth went to the wood basket. She picked up the largest log and handed it to Cherish, who put it on top of the fire. "My husband used to chop all the wood we used," Ruth told her. "I miss that firewood smell. When he passed away, I just kept buying the wood. Somehow it's a connection to him, a way to keep him alive." "You buy firewood?" Malachi asked. "Yes, it saves me having to chop it." Jed snorted.
It's like buying something to do your chores. Or paying so you don't have to do a chore.
Ruth's eyes widened. I never thought of it that way.
Did your husband chop the wood?
Malachi asked. Yes, he did everything.
Jed suggested. You should chop your own wood. It will help you feel closer to your husband.
You're probably right. Ruth's eyes lit up. I'll do that next time.
Good.
Jed nodded.
Or I could do it for you.
No, you do so much already. It's not a bother. I'll go back to doing what I was doing. Malachi didn't know what to say. He looked over at Cherish.
Has 10 minutes passed? She sensed his desperation.
I think so. I'll make the gravy. Malachi jumped up.
I'll help.
Once in the kitchen, Cherish whispered to Malachi, We have to be nice to Jed. A pained expression took over Malachi's face. I thought I was. You're ignoring him.
That's the best I can do.
Malachi took the lid off Ruth's poos and took a sniff.
Please tell me there's a way to get out of eating this.
Cherish shook her head. Probably not. Just eat a bit. Malachi placed his hand over his stomach. It can't be that bad. Cherish grabbed a saucepan. I'll be 5 minutes making this gravy. Can you go out and talk to them? Malachi sighed.
Okay. Are you sure you don't need help?
Go, Cherish said. Malachi went back to the living room. He stood there for a moment.
I thought I'd join you by the fire.
Malachi sat down in the chair.
How long do you plan to stay at Ruth's, Jed? This is a nice community. It could be a little bigger, but otherwise it's fine. Maybe I'll stay on for longer.
Jed smoothed down his dark hair. Ruth smiled. I told Jed he can stay as long as he wants.
That'll be interesting.
Malachi forced a smile, only because Cherish told him to be nice. Chapter 20. Over their dinner of baked chicken and dumplings, creamed corn, mashed potatoes, and hot rolls, Jed said,
About those blocks of land. I'd be interested in buying one of them if someone might be able to help me out with a deposit.
He stared at Malachi. Malachi kept eating his chicken and didn't comment. He didn't even look up. Cherish was confused about why Jed thought Malachi would have the money to help him. Then she recalled that Jed had told her that Malachi had money. How much would you need? Ruth asked. I have a little savings nest egg that I won't need for a while.
No, Ruth, I couldn't do that.
It's not a problem.
It's out of the question.
Jed shook his head.
I would only take money from family.
All right, then. I hope you can find a family member to help you out. I'm sure Cherish and Malachi would love to have you living close. Ruth leaned over and patted his shoulder. Cherish spooned mashed potato onto her plate and looked over at Malachi. I heard the land is inexpensive, Ruth said. It is. They're encouraging young couples to this community. I think that's the reason for the low prices, Cherish said. If he had the land, he might find a wife. Ruth looked over at Jed. Maybe you could work out an arrangement with the landowner to pay it off over time.
Maybe. I'll see what I can find out from my uncle.
Cherish noticed Malachi becoming more disturbed, adding,
They may be all sold by now. The bishop said they were going quickly. It won't hurt to ask. This chicken is delicious, Cherish.
Thank you, Jed.
You did good, little brother, marrying a woman who can cook a good meal.
Thank you, Malachi said. Maybe one day you'll meet someone.
Perhaps your wife has a friend.
Jed smiled at Cherish.
I don't think so,
Malachi snapped. Cherish touched Malachi's foot under the table, reminding him to be pleasant to his brother. I'll give it some thought, Cherish told him. What kind of a woman are you looking for?
I don't know. Someone who won't be afraid to go horseback riding with me.
Cherish raised her eyebrows. Horseback riding? That's not so much done in the community I came from.
Mine either, and neither is driving a car. But I do that when no one's watching. I don't see the harm.
So, you want a woman who is also a rule breaker then, Jed? Ruth asked. Because you break the rules of your community?
Jed shook his head. No, I want someone easygoing. I'm not hard to please. I'm not looking for the most beautiful woman in the world. Someone plain will do.
Does she have to have been born into our way of life? Or are you willing to consider someone who is converted?
Yeah, if they're serious, I don't see why not. I'll consider anyone if she's got a good personality.
Cherish was thinking of Krystal, but then she felt Malachi glaring at her and wished she'd kept quiet. Do you have someone in mind, Cherish? Ruth asked. Cherish laughed. Not really. I want some guidelines to see if I can think of someone. Ruth continued to stare at her. It sounded like you were thinking of a lady for Jed. Malachi jumped to his feet.
It seems everyone is finished. How about we try some of your pie, Ruth?
Delight spread across Ruth's face. Oh, yes. I can't wait to see what you all think of the lemon pousse. Malachi got out the dessert dishes, and Cherish cleared the dinner plates from the table. We'll have it with fruit salad. Good idea, Cherish. It'll go great with that, Ruth said. Cherish put the fruit on the bottom of the dishes, and then Malachi spooned the lemon pousse on the top. His, of course, had the least amount. He put a plate in front of everyone before he and Cherish sat again. Ruth held her spoon in the air while staring at everyone tasting her creation. Well, what do you all think? Ruth asked.
Very lemony, Jed answered.
Then Ruth looked at Cherish. It's very nice, Ruth. Ruth then stared at Malachi. What do you think? He nodded, then covered his mouth.
So good.
Ruth grinned and then heaped her spoon with some fruit and a little of the pousse. Well, here goes nothing. She slid the spoon into her mouth. Her eyes widened, and she swallowed. Tastes like a sweet lemonade to me.
It's lemony, Malachi said.
And sweet, Cherish added. Very sweet. Did you use a lot of sugar in the recipe? Of course. All desserts are sweet. Sometimes they're called sweets rather than desserts. They're made of sugar, or they wouldn't be called sweets. I think we have a winner. Ruth heaped her spoon again. I'll try to replicate this again, and I'll be sure to give you a larger bowl of it next time. You are too kind, Ruth, Cherish said. Now, the thing that's been on my mind is this adoption thing, Ruth said. Cherish and Malachi looked up at Ruth, and Cherish's mouth fell open in shock. What adoption thing?
Jed swallowed his mouthful. It's okay, Cherish. I told Ruth about it, and she has her own opinions.
Cherish was anxious to know. What's your opinion, Ruth? Should we look into it? Jed told me you might know the mother of one of Jed's uncle's adopted children. No, we don't, but everything points towards it. Ruth shook her head. It's best to wait for the girl to get older. She'll start asking questions. That's when the timing will be right. Cherish wriggled in her chair. But I'm uncomfortable knowing something I could tell my friend. Would there be any harm if I tell my friend what I know and it's possibly her daughter? Cherish then realized she was asking advice from Ruth, a slightly eccentric woman. It's a hard one. You could leave it up to her, but what is your friend supposed to do with that information? I don't know, but at least I would have told her. Cherish wants to do the right thing by everyone, Malachi said. It's hard to know what to do. If you don't know for sure, then you don't know, and you have nothing to tell. Ruth ate another spoonful of lemon pousse. This is delicious. Cherish surprised herself by agreeing with Ruth. Maybe the best thing to do until she knew more was to keep quiet. I have a flat-bottomed boat. I was going to throw it out or burn it. Would you like it?" Ruth stared between Malachi and Cherish. "Oh, yes, please. We were just saying that we'd like to put a boat in our stream," Cherish said. "It's the right size. The same stream runs through my place. It was fun, but now I'm too old for fun." Ruth chuckled. "Are there any fish in the stream?" Malachi asked. "There used to be, but only small ones. They aren't worth catching."
"I'm helping Ruth clear out the barn. I'll bring it by tomorrow."
"Tomorrow's Sunday, but Monday would be good. Thanks, Jed." Cherish knew Malachi wouldn't be happy about seeing Jed again so soon, but at least they were getting a boat. Chapter 21. On Monday, Malachi and Cherish heard what sounded like a truck. They left their breakfast and looked out the window. Jed was driving a large pickup truck, and he had the boat in the back. Malachi hurried out of their house, and Cherish grabbed her shawl and hurried after him. Malachi walked over when the truck came to a halt.
"Where did the truck come from?" "It's Ruth's. It was her late husband's. You should see the stuff she has in her barn." "Where do you want the boat?" Jed asked.
"Can you help me carry it to the water? It doesn't look too heavy."
"Sure."
Jed jumped out of the truck, saw Cherish, and gave her a wave. All Cherish could do was shake her head at him driving, and not even doing it in secret. Jed opened the tailgate, and both Malachi and Jed pulled it out and carried it to the water. Cherish followed them. The boat was long and rectangular, with faded blue paint. Thin, faded rope anchored it at each end.
"Do you know how to row?"
Jed asked Malachi.
"Nope. Do you know how to swim?" Malachi shot back. "Yep, I can do that." "Tell Ruth thanks again for the boat." Jed grinned. "I'm glad you like it." When they got to the water, they set it down, and Cherish saw 2 oars inside. "This is going to be fun." "Well, why don't the both of you try it out while I'm here? I can use a good laugh."
Jed rested his hands on his hips. Malachi frowned at him. "Why? Is there a hole in it?"
"I don't think so. I didn't check, so I can't be sure."
"What do you mean you didn't check?" Malachi asked.
"Well, Ruth never said anything, so I assumed it was okay."
Malachi walked over to the boat and took a good look.
"Malachi," Jed said, "I didn't say anything. I was making a joke about needing a laugh. You don't have to get so mad at me."
"So you're just going to let me get in this boat, knowing it's got a hole in it?"
"A hole in it? What hole?"
"Right there," Malachi pointed. Jed leaned over and looked closer at the boat, and Malachi knocked his hat off his head and laughed. Then Jed grabbed his hat and rammed it back on his head, and his lips turned upward into a smile.
"Why, you—"
Malachi took off running. Jed ran after him, and they laughed. Cherish was pleased that they finally seemed to be getting along, if that's what they were doing. Jed finally caught up with Malachi and knocked his hat off too, so they were even. Eventually, they returned to Cherish, who was waiting at the boat.
"Okay, let's set sail," Jed said. "This thing might hold the 3 of us."
Cherish looked down at the rowboat. "I'm not too sure about it. I'll stay here and watch." "You know how to swim, so you'll be fine," Malachi told her. "I'm not going to risk it." Cherish hugged herself. "It's too cold to fall into the water." Jed and Malachi climbed into the boat. Cherish's face paled. "Aren't you going to wear life jackets?" Malachi laughed. "I'd say we can stand up in this water." "But you don't know for sure." Jed swiped a hand through the air.
"It'll be fine. Don't worry so much, Cherish."
Cherish held her shawl over her mouth, trying to hide her worry.
"I don't think you're rowing right,"
Malachi said, and tried to help Jed row.
"I can do it," Jed said, while rowing harder.
Cherish prayed they would make it across to the other side without tipping the boat over. They got to the other side and jumped out. "This isn't so bad," Malachi said. Cherish laughed. "I'm still on this side." Malachi appeared to be happier than he had been for the past week. "Oh my," Cherish said, when she noticed something in the distance. Malachi scouted around and said, "What is it?" "Look," Cherish pointed. They saw something moving. "It's Wally! You left him behind!"
"He was asleep," Jed said. "I wonder where Caramel is."
A gust of wind caught Jed's black hat, which landed in the water before he could catch it. Jed leaned over, picked it up, and shook the water off it.
"There are a few things I can't understand. One is how I lost my hat, and the other is why that goose follows you everywhere."
"That's because he likes me," Malachi said.
"Well, why? You don't even feed him."
"I do. He's a sweet bird."
"If you say so."
"I do."
"Well, I'm tired. I'm going home," Jed said.
They both got in the boat and got to the other side, where Cherish and Wally were waiting for them. Once they got out of the boat, Jed said,
"Where are you going to keep the boat?"
"I think we can leave it here under the bushes. It's too heavy to carry back to the barn whenever we want to use it." Jed rubbed his chin.
"If you say so."
"Have you got any other suggestions?" Cherish asked Jed.
"I've always got ideas, but do that if you want. You can follow me back to the truck. Ruth sent a few things over for you."
Cherish's eyes met Malachi's. "What kind of things?"
"I believe she made you a pie and a cake," Jed said.
"Oh, that's so kind."
"Yeah, well, I'll tell her you were delighted and hinted that you want her to cook you some more things."
No, Cherish and Malachi said at the same time.
"We wouldn't want her to go to all that trouble."
Jed laughed.
"If you say so."
Once they were back at the truck, Jed handed them over a basket. Cherish wasn't brave enough to see what was there until they returned to the house. Jed got into the truck and drove away. "Does it bother you that he's driving? Does your uncle know he drives cars and trucks and all that?" Cherish asked. Malachi shrugged his shoulders. "Nothing to do with me. My uncle wouldn't know. Who's going to tell him? Unless he sees him with his own eyes, he's not going to find out." As they walked back to the house, Malachi turned to look at her. "Go ahead and look. I bet you're curious." "I feel I'm not going to like whatever's in there." "Maybe we should wait until we're back at the house." "Yes, and whatever we think of the food, we can't tell her it's dreadful." Malachi laughed. "The good thing is she won't be watching us while we eat it. She also won't know if we eat it or not." Cherish giggled. "This is true. I don't think Caramel will eat it either. Ruth does go to a lot of trouble." When they got to the kitchen, they placed the basket on the kitchen table, and Cherish looked inside. "Oh my." Cherish lifted the cake from its baking tin and set it on the kitchen table. Malachi grinned. "It's a little burnt on top." "A little? Maybe she thinks it's supposed to be black in the middle. We have to try it," Cherish told him, afraid of what Ruth would say. "If we don't, she'll be upset." "This is true, but that doesn't mean I want to. What about the rest of it?" Cherish pulled the other dish out of the basket and lifted the tinfoil. "This looks like another of her pumpkin pies. Remember the wedding cake she made for us with the pumpkin chunks?" "How could I forget?" Malachi leaned over and studied the pie. "This one looks like a cake. It's a wonder she didn't call it a pake, cross between a pie and a cake." Cherish burst out laughing. "I think that's probably a good name for it." Cherish leaned down to smell it. It didn't smell any better than it looked. "I'll make us a nice dinner tonight, and then we'll have a little bit of each, just to say we've had some." "If we must." "Yeah, I think we do." Chapter 22. Wilma opened the door on Monday afternoon and saw Hope standing there. Hope, you don't have to knock. It's still your home, too. Just come right in. Ada appeared behind Wilma. Hope, it's so lovely to see you. Where have you been? We've hardly seen you at all these past weeks. Your mother has been worried about you. Wilma frowned at Ada. Well, not worried, just concerned. We haven't done something to upset you, have we? Hope laughed. No, I've been keeping myself busy. Hope looked over their shoulders into the house. Where is everyone? Krystal and Debbie aren't home from work yet. Which one of them do you want to see? Ada asked. Hope realized how rude she'd sounded. I came to see all of you. Wilma smiled. Sit down. I'll put on some coffee. Just a glass of water will do. I've had too much coffee today. Hope knew she could have a quick exit if she was just drinking water. She might need to escape if they started asking her why she wasn't pregnant yet. While they walked into the kitchen, Hope took off her coat. She sat down at the kitchen table and placed the coat on the chair beside her. Hope then drummed her fingers on the table impatiently. Wilma filled a glass of water and set it on the table in front of Hope. Are you sure everything is fine? Yes. What's that? Hope pointed at fabric swatches at the end of the table. That's the quilt we're making for Cherish. We've made one for all of you for your weddings. We finally got caught up, and Cherish is the only one who doesn't have a quilt. The good news is that we've nearly finished it. Then we can start on something else, like baby clothes. Hope wriggled uncomfortably in her chair. Why baby clothes? For Florence's new baby. Oh, yes. Hope relaxed a little. Didn't Malachi buy Cherish a lovely quilt from Krystal's shop? Yes, but Ada helped Wilma out. It's not the same if it's not made with loving care. Each stitch is thoughtfully sewn with lovely thoughts and goodwill to the recipient. Well said, Ada. Wilma smiled at her best friend. Danka. Ada then turned back to look at Wilma. Sounds like a sales pitch, Ada. Hope laughed. Ada pursed her lips. It's not meant to. I know. I'm joking. I do like the way you said it, though. It was professional. Ada looked a little happier at the compliment. So, how is everything with Fairfax? Great. There are no problems there, just in case you're worried. Wilma smiled. I'm hoping that's a positive twinkle in your eye. I know it's still early, but we're all excited to have another baby in the family. Is that why you're here? Ada asked. Are you waiting for Debbie and Krystal to get here so you can tell us some exciting news? And that's why I don't come here much anymore. Hope bounded to her feet. I knew it wouldn't be long before you both started on me. She looked down at her water. I didn't even have a chance to drink my water. She moved her chair aside and started walking away. Don't go, Wilma said. Hope grabbed her coat and pulled it on. There's so much pressure. All I hear is baby talk, and something must be wrong with me because I haven't had a baby. Bliss feels the same pressure. Ada and Wilma looked at each other. We won't say another thing about a baby, will we, Ada? Not a thing. I won't even open my lips for the rest of the evening. Hope breathed out heavily and sat down. I'm sorry. I'm just a bit tense about the whole baby thing. Ada didn't mean it. Ada shook her head. I didn't. Hope reached for her glass and took a gulp. Then they heard a horse and buggy outside. That must be one of them now, Wilma said. Hope stood up. I'll go see. Ada and Wilma waited for a few minutes. Then they walked to the doorway and watched Hope and Krystal embrace. Then Hope proceeded to help Krystal unhitch the buggy. The horse's whinnying and the jingle of the harness made Krystal and Hope look at each other and smile. Well, do you have news? Krystal asked. I do. I told you I'd arrange everything. So tell me. My friend, Sigrid James, said she'd do it. Thank you so much. I'm so excited about this. I'm not sure why. It could all backfire on me. Dinka Hope. I'm excited about finally having an answer.
Sigrid is coming in a couple of weeks.
So, what's the plan exactly?
Just what we talked about. I say we get her to flirt with Matthew at a meeting before he knows she's a friend and that it could get back to you. She's pretty, so he could be tempted. Krystal inhaled sharply.
Are you sure Sigrid's 100% okay with doing this? And she knows she can't tell a soul about this?
Yes, I explained it all to her. She's not silly. She said she was happy to help out.
What will she say to him?
Anything I tell her. She's booking a car and a driver tomorrow.
I don't know about this, Hope. What if something goes wrong?
Krystal bit her lip. Nothing will go wrong. Have faith. Krystal shook her head.
Things don't always go smoothly for me, Hope.
I don't want to hear that kind of talk. I have a good feeling about it.
But...
Hope rested her hand on Krystal's arm. Don't worry. You want to know if you can trust him and if he loves you as he says, don't you?
I do. I want to know the plan exactly before she does anything.
Hope nodded encouragingly. We'll work it out. I know Sigrid, and I'm sure she'll do a good job. Then we'll know what Matthew's intentions are.
Thanks so much for doing this, Hope.
I know what it's like to love someone and need some assurance.
Well, I don't know much about love and feelings. I never felt love, romantic love, or even family love until I came here.
Don't say that. That's so sad, Hope said.
It's the truth. Your family showed me what it was to be loved. Maybe I'll feel more love for Matthew if he passes this test. I'm so confused. I don't like that I have to do this. It feels deceptive.
This isn't the time to be confused.
I know.
Krystal hung her head. You have to be strong and make a decision. There's no point in going on like this. You have to know what you want, Krystal. Or there's no point in us having Sigrid do this.
I do want her to do it. I do want Matthew. I don't like to say it in case he breaks my heart.
Then make sure he doesn't, Hope said. Krystal shook her head.
There's no way to do that. I don't know if I'll ever be married.
Sure you will, Hope said with confidence. I never thought I'd get married either. It's in God's hands. Krystal's eyes widened.
I hope God wills it for me.
He does. You've got to believe that. It's called faith.
You're right. It's something I struggle with when it comes to something for myself. I can believe and have faith for others, but it's not so easy when I pray for myself.
I'll help you pray.
Dinka Hope. That'll make me feel better.
Krystal looked up at the night sky. It was a perfect tapestry of purple, blue, and black, showing no hint of daylight. They were moody colors that blended so perfectly that they'd make a wonderful quilt. If things worked out with Matthew, they could be the colors in her wedding quilt. Chapter 23. Ada and Wilma stood by the open window in the living room, looking at Krystal and Hope, trying to work out what secrets they were whispering.
What are they saying, Wilma? It looks like they're having a real heart-to-heart. Are they complaining about us?
Debbie and Krystal's voices were hushed, and only the occasional word or two could be heard above the clocks ticking above the fireplace. Wilma was shoulder to shoulder with Ada.
I don't think they're talking about us. I heard the name Sigrid. I wonder what that's about. The only Sigrid I know is a friend that Hope once had, but she moved away. What if Hope is worried that Sigrid and Fairfax are in love?
Wilma stared at Ada and then said,
That's ridiculous. Fairfax is married. He wouldn't even know Sigrid. What else would have Hope so concerned? You saw how she acted just now. I've never seen her so on edge.
Wilma bit her lip.
You're right. Something weird is going on with her, and I'm not sure it's just baby pressure like she said. Why don't we talk with Fairfax? Ada asked. No, I don't want to interfere. Really? Wilma nodded. Things will work out. Hope and I used to be so close. It pains me that she's confiding in Krystal rather than me. Or me. She could talk to me about anything, too, Ada said. You're right, though. Krystal is a friend, and you're her mother. She should be talking with you first before she talks to her friends. Wilma rubbed her temples. Maybe I haven't been the best mother. I wasn't totally there for my girls when Josiah died. Part of me left, too. You did your best, Wilma, and that's all anyone can ask. Wilma looked out at Hope and Krystal. Her best wasn't good enough, or Hope would be confiding in her and not talking to a friend about her problems. A tear trickled down Wilma's cheek. Ada saw it and put an arm around her shoulders. Hope knows you're here for her. You're here for all your children. Wilma sniffed and hoped Gott would judge that she had done a good enough job with raising her kinner. Hope helped Krystal unhitch the horse, then turned her black buggy around and pushed it under cover. I think we should go ahead with the plan, Hope. Good, because I've told Sigrid we're doing it. I'll tell you as soon as Sigrid arrives, and we'll talk more about how we will do this. What if Matthew doesn't fall for it? What if he figures out what we're doing? I'm not sure it's a good idea. Will Fairfax say something? He works closely with Matthew. It'll be fine. I'll tell Fairfax what we're doing, and he'll keep quiet. Krystal couldn't stop thinking of all the things that could go wrong. What if Sigrid backs out? Sigrid is desperate for excitement in her life, but you'll have to be ready for the outcome. Matthew will either reject Sigrid, or he could like her. You'll have to accept that if it happens. I know, but then at least I'll know once and for all. Then I can forget him. I should go before it gets too dark. The two girls hugged, and then Hope looked over at the house. She saw Ada and her mother standing there. Have they been there the whole time? Krystal looked over and saw two silhouettes in the window. Oh, no. They wouldn't have heard, would they? They'll disapprove, especially Ada. She keeps trying to push Matthew and me together. No, they wouldn't have heard. Hope waved to them both before she set off home through the orchard. As soon as she did that, the curtains closed. Krystal was a little hopeful as she led the horse into the paddock. She picked up an old towel and rubbed the horse down as he stood there enjoying the attention. When she was finished, Krystal stroked his neck. Good boy. Then she led him into the paddock and closed the gate. The horse walked into his stall and straight to his feed bin. Krystal found Ada and Wilma in the kitchen. Ada had a cup of tea ready for her. Someone said they saw you with a young man in town. Ada stared at her, waiting for an explanation. Krystal added a splash of milk to the tea. That was probably Matthew. Really? Wilma smiled. We had pizza recently, remember? He is very taken with you, Ada said. Why don't you like him just as much? Krystal swallowed hard. I didn't say I didn't like him. I'm just figuring out my feelings. Please, can we talk about something else? Krystal took a sip of tea. Where's Samuel? He'll be here soon, Ada said. Krystal sniffed the air. Dinner smells good. Beef stew, Ada and Wilma said at the same time. Chapter 24. It was Wednesday morning, and Ada hadn't shown up yet. Wilma had tried to entice Jared to stay with her for the day, but it had been arranged that he stay with Joy to play with her children. After Wilma did the breakfast wash-up, she sat down in the living room in front of the fire. She picked up the quilt they were sewing for Cherish, and then put it down again. It was no fun sewing alone. She was soon on her feet again and pacing around the room, wondering how to keep herself occupied. There was always cleaning, but that could wait until tomorrow. She grabbed her coat and walked outside to check on the horses. As she approached, there was a snort from one of the stalls. She walked over and patted the first horse she came to. His nose was damp from the trace of silvery dew on the grass. Levi would be pleased that they were looking after his horses so well. Did the horses wonder where Levi was? She moved along and patted each horse with a few kind words to say to each. Horses weren't enough company for her. She needed people. She'd love a visitor right about now, or even a letter from someone. But she had no visitors, and it was too early for the postman. After checking that they all had enough water, she started walking back to the house. Something on the road caught her eye. Something was moving. She couldn't determine what it was, but it seemed like it was moving closer. She made her way down the driveway. "Hello?" she called out at the small figure that looked like a child. There was no reply. When she saw it was Jared, she ran to him. "How did you get here? What are you doing here?" He looked up at her with his teeth chattering together. "I live here. You're supposed to be with Joy. Joy was rude to me." "How did you get here?" Wilma asked again. He shrugged, and Wilma was concerned. She took off her coat, wrapped it around him, and walked him to the house. She didn't say anything or reprimand him because she didn't know what to say. Once they got inside, she sat him in front of the fire to warm him. "You stay there, and I'll fix you something to eat and get you some hot chocolate." "Danke, Aunt Wilma." While she heated the milk on the stove, she dashed to the phone to tell Joy that Jared had come home. No one answered the phone, so she had to call Joy's husband, Isaac, at the saddlery store where he worked. He said he'd get the message to Joy. Wilma rushed back to the house, still worried sick about what might have happened to him on the way home. She made him a chicken sandwich from last night's leftovers. When she had everything ready, she took it out and sat next to him. He was staring into the fire, not saying a word. "Here's your food," Wilma said, moving it closer. He looked down at it. "Danke." Then he picked up a sandwich and took a bite. Then Wilma couldn't help herself. "Jared, what made you walk back home? It's a long way and very dangerous, especially in this weather." He swallowed his mouth full. "Don't worry, Aunt Wilma. A nice lady in a car gave me a ride most of the way." Wilma put her hand over her heart. "What? That's dreadful. You should never go in a car with a stranger." "Why not?" "Because you don't know them, and they could be dangerous." "No one told me that." She pushed his hot chocolate toward him. "Have some of this." He took hold of the mug with both hands and had a mouthful. Wilma still wasn't sure how to handle this situation. Jared had improved so much lately. Debbie would be so upset when she found out. "Just don't get in any more cars with strangers." "Okay, I won't." "What was this person like?" Wilma asked. "She stopped the car and said, 'Where was I going?' I said the Baker apple orchard. She told me she'd drive me. She was nice. Don't worry, Aunt Wilma." Wilma shook her head. "I do worry. You can't do that again." "All right, I won't." "I don't know what to do with you, Jared." "I'll be quiet. I'll help with the chores. I don't want to go back to Joy's house." "What happened?" "She was rude." "Yes, you said that. But what did she say?" "She said I was bad, and I said I wasn't. She looked at me mean, like her eyes were mean." "Well, if it's okay with your mom, you can stay here when she's working. We'll have to talk about it, though. She might want you to still go back with Joy." He kept eating. She decided not to push him and to see how things went. Maybe Debbie would see that it was not good for Jared to be in Joy's house. Then again, he would be starting school soon, which would solve the problem. Jared got up, took his plate to the sink, and washed it. As he did so, she saw water dripping on the ground. Wilma was so shocked she didn't know what to do. "Turn around," she said. He did. "Take off your coat." He removed his coat, and Wilma gasped. His shirt and pants were soaked through to the skin, and he stood there shivering. "You'll need a hot bath." She found him a change of clothes and put on a hot bath. This was not the way she'd pictured her day. She was glad Ada wasn't there to offer her opinion on the situation. Suddenly, Debbie and Fritz pulled up in a horse and buggy. Wilma opened the door, and Debbie rushed inside. "What's going on?" "Oh, Debbie, he walked home from Joy's. A car stopped, and some lady asked him if he wanted a ride. He got in the car with a complete stranger." "What? Is he all right?" Debbie looked over at Fritz, who was now right behind her. "I think he is, but I don't know how we're ever going to get him to stay with Joy. He doesn't want to go back there." Debbie let out a sigh. "You're right, Wilma. I'll talk to him. We'll figure something out. I don't know what. I just don't know." Fritz put a hand on Debbie's shoulder. "Don't worry. It's going to be all right." "I hope so," Wilma nodded. Wilma waited for a moment on the porch while Debbie and Fritz went into the house. She hoped that Jared's behavior wouldn't deter Fritz from wanting to continue his relationship with Debbie. It certainly would add a complication to their relationship. Chapter 25. As soon as Debbie walked upstairs, Jared ran to her and wrapped his arms around her. He was out of the bath and had dressed himself. Then he saw Fritz and pulled away from Debbie. "Hello," he said to Fritz with a big smile.
"Hello, Jared."
Debbie lowered herself to look into his eyes. "Jared, you can't just leave Joy's place." "I know. We'll have to go back to Joy's to sort this out." "Oh, no." Jared put his hand over his head. "Do I have to?" "Most likely. You would have had her worried sick." "We'll talk about this later." Debbie didn't want to say too much in front of Fritz.
"Perhaps I should go," Fritz said.
"Or maybe you could talk with Jared before you go."
He smiled. "Okay. Let's go over here, Jared."
Jared skipped over, and they sat on the top of the stairs. "Why don't you sit downstairs where it's warmer?" Debbie suggested. They did as she said and sat in front of the fire in the living room. Wilma entered the house, and then she and Debbie disappeared into the kitchen. Jared looked up at Fritz.
"You can't just walk away from Joy's like that,"
Fritz told him. "They don't want me there."
"Why not?"
"I don't know. I'm a bad boy. Joy says so." Fritz looked into his eyes.
"Do you know what she meant by that?"
"I guess. Bad boys hit people. I hit Faith, but not hard. Then Joy was mad at me, and I got angry, so I left."
"Well, it takes a lot for a person to hit someone else. Do you think that you're the only person who has ever been angry?"
"I dunno."
"I've been angry." Fritz sat back and took a breath. "Sometimes things get too hard, and I just want to—"
"What?"
"Run away. But I've learned how to deal with my anger. Do you know how?"
"No."
Jared shook his head. "Well, here's what I do." He made a fist and put it on the table in front of Jared. "I squeeze my hand into a fist like this, as hard as I can, until I can't do it anymore. If that doesn't work, I count from 1 to 10.
"What for?"
Because I'm trying to remind myself that I'm not a bad person. I'm strong, and I'm doing the best I can. It's okay for me to get mad, and I don't have to be controlled by it. Okay?" Jared nodded. "You should never hit anyone, because no matter what happens to you, it's never okay to hit someone. You have to learn how to deal with your anger. That's part of becoming a man."
"I will."
"I know you will." He reached out and ruffled Jared's hair. "You're a good boy. I'm sorry that anyone, is making you think otherwise." Now I'm going home, but I want you to remember what I've said. You're good and you're strong. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
I'll say goodbye to your mother and Wilma.
Jared nodded. Fritz got up and headed to the kitchen.
I've talked to him. I think it helped.
Thank you so much, Debbie said.
I should go. I'll see you tomorrow, Debbie. Bye, Wilma.
Thank you for that, Fritz. Goodbye. I'll walk you out, Debbie said to Fritz. Once they were on the porch, Fritz turned to face Debbie. What did you say to him?
We talked about controlling anger and things like that. I found out that he hit one of Joy's daughters.
Oh, no. Debbie couldn't believe it. That's dreadful.
I don't think he'll do it again.
I hope not. He'll start school soon and can't go around hitting people.
I'm sure it was a one-off thing.
Thank you for talking with him. It helped a lot to have a man to speak with.
I'm happy to do it. He's a good little guy.
Debbie laughed. I know he is. He's just misunderstood. Fritz touched her arm, filling her with warmth.
I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, he almost whispered.
They exchanged a smile before he walked to his buggy. Debbie stood there watching his horse and buggy move down the driveway. Debbie reached out and put her hand on the cold porch railing. Mom? Debbie turned and saw her son standing there, shaking. What's wrong? I'm scared. What are you scared of? I don't want to go back there. Okay, we'll go inside and talk about it. She took his hand and led him inside. We'll figure this out. I just want to be with you or Aunt Wilma. I know you do. She sat him down and hugged him until he calmed down. Now, what did Fritz tell you? Debbie asked. He told me that I'm strong and I'm doing the best I can. That's right. He's a smart man. I need to work most days, but I'm sure Aunt Wilma is fine with you staying here. We just thought you liked playing with Faith and Audrey. He sniffed. They don't always do what I say. Debbie had to hold in her laughter. That's the thing about playing with other children. It's just playing. No one is the boss. Were you trying to be the boss? He nodded. I told Audrey she couldn't have the doll. Oh, Jared, why would you do that? Faith took it from me, and Audrey wanted it, but I had it. I see. It took a while before she found the right words to say. Jared, you can't always control what everyone else does. Sometimes you have to let it go and be in control of yourself. What if they're bad? It's possible that they were misbehaving, but you were acting the same way. You can't expect all children to do what you say. You can't force them to, and you can't hit them either. Why not? Because you can't hit people for no reason. Joy hit me. She did? How many times? Once. His mouth turned down at the corners. Let's go help Aunt Wilma with the evening meal. She put her hand out, and he cheered up immediately. Can I cook too? He asked. I'm a good cooker. Debbie laughed. You mean a good cook. We'll see if Aunt Wilma's got any cooking left to do. Chapter 26. The next day, Debbie arranged for Bliss to work instead of her, so she could take Jared to see Joy and hopefully smooth things over with her. Jared wasn't impressed with that idea. He groaned when Debbie told him where they were going. Aw, I don't know what to say to her. Just as well that I do. You'll say you're sorry for whatever you've done. Jared clamped his arms over his chest. You said you wouldn't give one of the girls back their doll. I wanted to play with it. They should share. Aunt Ada said sharing is caring. Debbie couldn't argue with him because she wasn't there to see what was happening. Come on, you can help me hitch the buggy. We'll cut up some apples, and you can feed the horses some apple pieces as treats. Jared's face lit up at the suggestion. They walked out the door into the cold. It was the middle of December, and the wind was sharp. "I want to go on a trail ride to the hayfield," Jared said. "I don't think so. I told you where we're going." Once Jared had given each horse a treat, they finished harnessing the horse and getting the buggy ready for travel. It was a short trip to Joy's, but Jared acted out. He kept tugging the reins and wouldn't listen when Debbie told him to stop. She knew he was nervous about returning to Joy's, but he had to face it. He had to start growing up. Facing fears was a part of that. Soon they were at Joy's front door. Joy opened it and smiled when she saw Debbie, but the smile left her face when she looked down and saw that Jared was there too. "Jared has something to say to you." Joy opened the door wider for them to come inside. Once they were in and the door was shut behind them, Debbie gave Jared a little poke, encouraging him to speak. "I'm sorry." "Okay, I accept your apology. Why don't you play with the girls while I talk to your mom? They're in Faith's room." Jared ran off, and now it was Debbie's turn to be nervous. "Let's sit down." They walked over to the couch and sat next to each other. "I'm dreadfully sorry, Joy, for whatever happened." "I'm sorry, too, that he ran away from the house. I didn't even know he'd gone for a long time, or I would have gone after him." "It's okay. He didn't come to any harm. God was watching over him." "I'm also sorry, Debbie, that I can't look after him anymore." "Oh." Debbie looked down. She wasn't expecting that. She'd grown so used to Joy being there to help her with Jared. "I have to concentrate on my kinner. I can't be distracted. I need to be a good mother to them." Debbie nodded. "I understand." In good news, Hope was over here earlier today, and she said she'd be happy to watch Jared whenever you want. "Really?" Debbie cheered up a little, but Hope had no children for Jared to play with. "He'll be going to school soon, so that should work out." "That's true, but before he goes to school, do you think you should take him to some sort of professional?" "I took Jared to a doctor, and the doctor said he was fine. He doesn't have a problem." Joy nodded. "I know you said that, but perhaps a second opinion would be a good idea." "I'll think about it." Debbie couldn't help being annoyed by Joy continually suggesting that Jared wasn't normal. Sure, he was a little different than other children, but that didn't mean anything was wrong with him. After talking for a little longer, Joy and Debbie hugged and said goodbye. Debbie called Jared, and he came running. Debbie took Jared's hand, and they headed to the buggy after they said goodbye. "Are you upset, Mom?" Jared whispered. "I'm fine. Why?" "Your mouth has gone all funny. It does that when you get upset." Debbie smiled. "Let's go home. I'll make you some hot chocolate, and maybe we can find some of Aunt Ada's cookies." "Yeah, and her candies." "How do you feel about staying with Aunt Hope when I'm at work?" "Okay." Debbie was relieved that he was fine with that. "Does she have cookies?" he asked. Debbie laughed. "I think she'll have cookies. Maybe we could make our own cookies. Fritz is coming to our house this afternoon, and he might try one of them." Jared's face lit up. "Could we?" "I don't see why not, as long as Aunt Wilma isn't using the stove." Chapter 27. On Saturday, Debbie took Jared to Hope's. Debbie was working in the morning, and then she would spend the rest of the day with Fritz. Wilma was up early, and after breakfast, she got busy making a cherry pie for Eli. She thought it would cheer him up. Wilma didn't see why she couldn't have Eli as a friend. He had been lonely since his wife had died, and she wanted to show him she cared, like so many people had gathered around her in her time of need. When the pie was out of the oven, she hitched the horse and buggy and made her way to see Eli. She didn't get far when snowflakes fell from the sky. She was nervous and didn't know why. Perhaps she was worried about how Eli might respond when he found out about the pie. After all, he had given her rose plants over the last few weeks. Or maybe she was nervous about what Ada might say about her visiting Eli alone. Her mind instantly traveled back to when her mother suggested she take a pie to the widower Josiah. Her mother thought they'd make a good pair. She ended up marrying him and having 6 daughters while raising his 3 children from his first marriage. So much had happened since then. Josiah had died too young, leaving her with those 9 children to raise alone. By the time she married Levi, only her 6 girls remained at home. Now all 6 girls were married, and Levi had gone home to Got, leaving her alone, just like when she'd taken that pie to Josiah. She looked down at the pie next to her. "It's just a pie," she told herself. "It's not a symbol of anything." Once she reached Eli's driveway, she got out of the buggy and threw the buggy lines over the hitching post and placed a thick blanket over the horse before getting the pie from the front seat. Wilma swallowed her nerves as she walked through the snow up to the door and banged the brass door knocker. He opened the door almost immediately and smiled at her.
"It's good to see you, Wilma. Please come in."
"Thank you. I didn't know if you'd be home." She moved past him, turned around, and held the pie out to him. "I brought you a cherry pie." He took it from her.
"That's so nice of you."
He motioned to the couch.
"Please sit down, and I'll pour us some tea."
"Oh, no, I can't stay long. I just wanted to say hello." She turned to go, and Eli balanced the pie in one hand and placed his other hand on her shoulder.
"Wait, Wilma."
She turned around. "Yeah?"
"You can't just come here and then run off. You have to stay for a while."
She chuckled. "Okay, I will." Once again, Eli motioned to the couch.
"Will you have a seat?"
Wilma sat down and then looked at the man across from her as he placed the pie on the coffee table. He is a handsome man, she thought. She couldn't remember seeing a face as kind and gentle as Eli's.
"You know, Wilma, I was thinking about what you said."
She was taken aback. "What did I say?"
"You said that God wants us to be happy."
Was that what she'd said? Wilma couldn't remember saying it. She wasn't sure he wanted people to be happy in this life. The next life was more concerning, the permanent life they'd have in God's house. He continued.
"I was thinking you might be right."
She was shocked. "I am?" She was suddenly nervous again when she looked down at her hands in her lap.
"Yes. You see, after Franny died, I gave up on being happy."
Wilma felt her cheeks flush. "I'm sorry."
"No, that's fine. It's just that now you've got me thinking about what it was like to be happy."
Eli got up, walked over to the window, and rested his head against the glass.
"I miss her so much."
Wilma could see how much he was hurting. "I'm sure you do. And I miss Levi."
"There were so many things that we enjoyed doing together. We loved to hold hands and take long strolls down by the creek. We enjoyed talking together, reading the Bible and singing hymns."
"Hymns?" Wilma asked.
"Yes, we especially loved to sing hymns. We would sing them together."
"That's lovely." He turned away from the window and faced her.
"You've taught me that I can be happy again, even though I don't have her with me. There are plenty of ways I can be happy and things I can become involved in."
Wilma looked up into the kind face of the man before her. "I'm pleased, but I'm unsure how I could have taught you that. I'm not much of a teacher. I think it's the other way around. You taught me that I can go on by reaching out to others and baking a pie for someone who's been kind to me." She looked into his eyes and saw the same feeling reflected in his gaze.
"I better get that tea,"
he said as he moved toward the kitchen. "Do you want me to help?"
"No, you sit there."
"Are you sure?" she asked.
"I'm not that old, Wilma. I can still make a pot of tea."
She stood up. I know you can, but I want to help.
Well, all right then.
He smiled at her.
You help me make the tea.
Wilma melted into his smile. I'd be glad to.
It's been a while since I've had a woman in the kitchen. I better not get used to it.
He chuckled as he walked back to get the cherry pie to take with him. Wilma walked into the small, neat kitchen. A pot of stew bubbled on the stove. Its savory fragrance of carrots, potatoes, and chicken broth floated through the air. Wilma looked into the pot. This looks nice. I smelled it as soon as I walked into the house.
I don't mind cooking. I make a lot, so it lasts me a while. I don't mind having the same thing night after night.
He filled up the tea kettle as she opened cupboard doors looking for cups and saucers. She found them on the third try. She pulled cups and saucers out and set them on the counter. Then, as he poured the tea leaves into the pot, she stood before the kitchen window and watched the snow fall from the sky, silent and beautiful, like white feathers drifting to earth.
Shall we have some of the pie?
Not for me. Wilma shook her head.
Okay, I'll leave it for later then.
They waited in silence for the water to boil. When it did, he poured it into the pot. After waiting for it to steep, he poured the tea into 2 cups and gave a cup to her. Wilma took a sip of the hot tea. It tasted wonderful. Then she saw the tea packet. Oh, it's Debbie's tea.
Yes, I get it from her at the markets. It's the best I've ever tasted.
He opened a cupboard door and showed her all the varieties of Debbie's tea.
They say people have a certain tea they like and stick with it. I'm not like that. I like different kinds. A flavor for every mood.
Wilma was delighted that he enjoyed Debbie's tea, and pleased that she was finding out more about him. Debbie's so dedicated to her tea.
It's delicious. What I like about her tea is that its smell is so strong. It smells good even if you don't drink it.
Wilma and Eli talked over 3 cups of Debbie's tea for a good 2 hours. When it was time for her to leave, she went to the door, but then turned around. Eli?
Yes, Wilma?
I have a question.
What is it?
Why do you help me? Like chopping the wood and always offering to do work about the place.
It's because I care about you. You are a good woman, Wilma.
Dinka, Eli.
And you take the time to care about others, he added.
I do.
You took the time to bake a pie for me.
It's my way of saying thank you. He looked down for a moment before he looked back up at her.
So, you need my help? Or is this your way of saying don't come to your house anymore?
No. I just wanted to say that I'm very thankful you are so kind to me.
I'm glad you think so. We all help each other. That's how God wants it.
He opened the door for her and then helped her into her coat. She walked out the door. It had stopped snowing, but the wind was howling. He walked out to the buggy with her and waited until she was inside before he backed away. She gathered the buggy lines and headed home. The morning had been pleasant. Eli seemed to want nothing more than friendship. Ada was wrong, and she'd tell her that the next time she saw her. Chapter 28. It was Monday when Ada found Wilma at the back of the house, hanging out the washing. There you are, Wilma. You should have had Krystal or Debbie help you with that before they left for work. I don't like to bother them. They have enough to do. No, they don't, because you do most things for them. You clean the house, and you do most of the cooking. They're going to get shocked when they leave your house and realize how much work goes into running a household. They do realize, Wilma said as she picked up a dress to hang to the line. Ada looked up at the sky. You're wasting your time. It's not going to dry in this weather. Maybe not, But the sun might come out. Ada moved forward and started unpegging everything. Wilma stood back for a moment in shock. "What are you doing, Ada?" "I'm helping. Do you still have the string up under the buggy annex?" "Yes." "We'll move the clothes there." Wilma looked down at the bundle of washing. "I suppose you're right." Wilma smiled. "I don't know what I'd do without you sometimes." "You wouldn't cope," Ada chuckled. "I'm sure I would, but it would be more stressful." "I don't mean to be rude, Wilma, but it will never happen." "What will never happen?" Wilma asked. "You coping without me." "Oh, Ada," Wilma laughed. Ada put the last of the wet washing back into the basket. "We're more than friends. We're like sisters." "That's true." When they finished hanging out the washing under the cover of the buggy annex, it began to rain. Ada moved to the side and stuck her hand in the air. "What did I tell you, Wilma?" Wilma stared up at the gray sky. "I thought we'd get pleasant weather for a couple of hours at least." "You were wrong," Ada told her. They put their heads down and dashed to the house. Once they were sitting in front of the fire with cups of tea, Wilma looked over at Ada. It was the first time she'd had a chance to talk about Eli. "He's not interested in me, you know." Ada looked up at her. "Who?" "Eli. I mean, he's not looking for another wife." "How could you know that for certain?" Ada asked. "I went to his house to visit him." Ada gasped. "You went there without me?" "I had the whole day ahead of me on Saturday. I wanted to do something, and I felt like going out." "That's not the best thing you could have done. How did he react to you going there alone?" Ada's eyes were wide with shock. "He told me to come in, and he made me coffee. No, not coffee. We had tea. He's a fan of Debbie's tea. He has packets and packets of it." Ada said. "That's interesting." "Then we talked and talked. I was getting to know him better." She paused, waiting to see what Ada was thinking. "I can't leave you alone for a minute, Wilma. You go running into the arms of the first available male." Wilma opened her mouth in shock. "You're the one who keeps teasing me about him, saying it won't matter if I accidentally call him Levi, because he'll think I've said Eli." "It was a joke, Wilma. It was never meant as encouragement." Wilma covered her mouth and laughed. "What's so funny?" Ada asked. "You are. Eli and I are only friends. We have a lot in common, and I think he's wonderfully kind." "What do you have in common? He lost Franny, and you lost Levi? So you have the same thing in common with any widower." "Eli understands the pain." "I don't have to lose someone to understand your pain. We've all lost people. It's part of life." Wilma nodded. "I know that." "I suppose you need your other friends now, like Susan, Daphne, and now Eli. I'm okay with that. And maybe one day in the future you might marry again. It might be him, it might be someone else. You're only young. You'll probably last another 30 years. Wilma wondered if she would be alive that far along. Who knows what the future will hold? Thank you for understanding. You'll always be your very best friend, I know. Nothing will change that." Wilma chuckled. Chapter 29. "Don't you ever get tired of quilts? You're surrounded by them all day, and then you're sewing them most nights." Debbie looked over at Krystal as they sat in the living room with their feet stretched toward the fire. "No, I don't get tired of them. I enjoy sewing, probably because I haven't been doing it all my life. I never learned to sew until I came here." Wilma looked up over the quilt she was finishing for Cherish. "It feels so good to see the progress, and it's even better when you complete it." I love looking at the quilts hanging on the walls in your store. They're just beautiful, Debbie said. Thank you. I think I'm always improving on the quality of everything in the store. The ladies in the community keep me in good supply of quilts. I could work on Cherish's quilt more if you want, Wilma. There's not much to do now. Wilma ran her hand around the fabric at the top of the quilt. Ada's taken some pieces home to sew, and then we'll stitch it all together. I'm glad you've learned to sew, Krystal. Me too. You could also learn to embroider, crochet, and knit. Krystal laughed at Debbie's suggestion. One thing at a time. Do you both know what Ada and I will do once Cherish's quilt is finally done? Go there and surprise her with it? Debbie asked. Oh, she'd love that, Krystal said. That's not what I was thinking, but we might do that. We're going to start on a quilt for each of you. It won't be long until one of you gets married, and we'll make a quilt for that person, and then it'll be the other one's turn. Wilma hung her head. Then I'll be all alone in this house. Wilma sighed. Do you think I should get a boarder when you're both gone? Debbie looked down at the socks she was darning. I think I'll be here for a while. No, you won't, Krystal said. I've seen the way Fritz looks at you. You'll be married in no time. I'll be the one here forever. It's not just me to think about. I don't know if he's willing to take on Jared. They get on great, but it'd be a lot for any man. Krystal kept sewing while wondering if Matthew was the one for her, or whether Gott had someone else. It's important to get married, but it's not the only important thing. If you don't think he's right for you and Jared, don't marry him, Wilma told Debbie. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's hard for people to be a family when you haven't known a child from the start. I'm guessing that might be difficult. I know it's hard, but Gott has it all planned out. Wilma gave a nod. My first husband had 3 kinner, don't forget. I thought of them as my own, but I admit when my own came along, it was different, but only because I knew them as babies from the day they were born. Thanks for being honest, Aunt Wilma. I'll wait and see what happens. Wilma continued. I followed my heart twice and had 2 wunderbar husbands. Wilma sighed. It's worth any risk you have to take. I know, but it doesn't stop me from worrying. My mother told me that Josiah would make a good husband. I never had much to do with him and didn't know him well. I had nothing to lose, so I did what my mother said and brought him over a pie. I can tell you I was nervous, but I did it anyway. What happened? I know what happened, but I still like to hear it, Krystal said. Wilma stopped sewing and looked up at the ceiling. He put me at ease right away. We talked and talked. We both knew that good things were coming for us on that day. Debbie finished her darning and then snipped the end of the thread with scissors. That's why I want to ensure everything is perfect before telling him. Or, hopefully, he'll tell me how he feels first. Or he'll propose. It seems like you're making this more difficult than it has to be. Wilma stared at Debbie. Tell Fritz what's on your mind, and if he loves you, he'll want you to be his wife. I wish it were that easy. I'm not used to putting myself on a ledge and hoping he'll catch me if I jump. Wait a minute, Krystal stared at Debbie. You don't think Fritz loves you? Debbie shrugged her shoulders. Not long ago, I was dating his brother. Maybe he feels some kind of way about that. Yes, I forgot that. But not everything needs to be perfect, Krystal said. Life isn't perfect. Debbie thought for a moment. I don't want to push him away. Maybe his feelings aren't where mine are right now. If I give him time, his feelings might catch up. There are so many things to consider. Krystal smiled. You need to do what feels right. Maybe you're right. You don't want to push yourself at him because it could drive him away.
Debbie stood up. Krystal wasn't helping at all.
I'm going to make some tea for us. We're going to be here for a while. That sounds delightful, Wilma said. A cup of tea will do nicely.
Debbie walked out of the room. Wilma took a moment to look at the quilt she was sewing, and then looked back at Krystal.
What do you know about life and love?
Krystal giggled.
Not a whole lot, Wilma, but I'm getting there. I'm learning slowly. I see how you look at Matthew, Wilma winked. He's a good choice. Thank you, but I'm not like Debbie. How so? I'm not waiting around for any man. I'm moving forward in my life.
Wilma sighed.
It seems to me you're doing what's right, but if you have eyes for Matthew, and only Matthew, maybe you should let him know.
Krystal laughed.
I don't know what to do about him, and that's the truth. Should love be complicated? It sounds like you and your first husband got along, and that was it. There was none of this worrying about how he felt and all that. Maybe things were different in the olden days. It's never been complicated for me. If you're meant to be together, it will happen, Wilma said. I guess. Stop worrying about everything so much. Get married if you can, but don't worry about anything else. That's my advice. I'll try.
Krystal smiled at Wilma and then switched her focus back onto her sewing. She wouldn't know what kind of man Matthew was until he passed the test. She'd cross him off her list of potential suitors if he failed. The problem was, there was only one man on her list. She looked up to see Debbie walking back into the room with a tray, which she set in the center of the coffee table.
This is cinnamon tea. It's one of my new spicy flavors. Danka, Krystal said as she picked up a teacup.
She sniffed the steaming hot tea.
It smells good. I'll try it, but I'm not sure I'll like it, Wilma said.
As soon as Wilma took a sip, she smiled.
This is not at all like what I was expecting. I thought it would be hot, like curry.
Debbie laughed.
I said spicy, not hot. They're two different things.
Oh.
Debbie, I'm going to ask you something, and I don't want you to think I'm comparing anyone to anyone.
I won't.
What is it?
Debbie stared at Wilma.
Fritz is not like Peter.
Is that all? Debbie asked.
Yes. You just jumped from one to the other, and I wanted to point out that they're totally different people.
Debbie sat there looking into her tea.
I know they're different, and I like Fritz so much. I never felt like that about Peter. Peter was more like a friend, wasn't he? Krystal asked.
Debbie nodded.
I always felt something was missing. I don't know what kind of a husband he would have been. I'm guessing he would have been a good husband and father.
Wilma took another sip of tea.
I'm sure he would have been, Debbie agreed. I should have told him sooner that I just saw him as a friend, but I wasn't sure. I thought the problem was with me. But then you met Fritz. That's such a romantic story, Krystal said with a sigh. So, are you sure about Fritz? Wilma asked. I'm sure of my feelings, but that doesn't mean I'm not scared. There's no need to be, but I understand why you feel that way. I hope Fritz is the man for you, and that he proposes. But if he doesn't, that doesn't mean you can't find someone else. Don't give up hope, Debbie, Wilma said.
Debbie set her teacup down and then picked up a shirt of Jared's that needed mending.
Jared is enough to keep me occupied if things don't work out with him. I'll be okay.
Krystal leaned toward her.
They will work out with him.
Debbie smiled.
I hope so.
Wilma cleared her throat and then said,
And if things don't work out for the both of you, we'll have a lovely time together forever. I've already told Ada that if something happens to Samuel, she can live here too. Oh, what fun the four of us will have. Debbie and Krystal exchanged a look, each knowing the other's thoughts. It was more vital than ever that they get married and move out. Chapter 30. Cherish was just about to go to bed when she noticed a letter on the end of the kitchen table. She moved closer and saw from the distinctive large handwriting that the letter was from Krystal. Malachi had already gone to bed, so she couldn't ask him why he hadn't told her she got a letter. It must have slipped his mind. She grabbed the letter, sat in front of the fireplace, and then ripped open the envelope. After some small talk and telling Cherish how the quilt store had been doing, she mentioned Matthew. Krystal wrote about the secret plan Hope and Krystal had cooked up between them. Cherish put her hand over her mouth as she kept reading. She couldn't believe they were doing that to Matthew, but she knew why Krystal felt she had to put him to the test. Krystal ended by asking Cherish to keep her eyes open for someone who might suit her. Cherish closed the letter and tried to fit it back into the torn envelope. She was a little surprised that her older sister, Hope, was involved in such a scheme. Her mind raced. If she did find a man nearby for Krystal, then it would be wonderful having both Krystal and Favor living close by. Krystal already sold some of her quilts online, so perhaps, if the bishop allowed it, she could continue to do so. There would be no point in opening a quilt store in Willersburg, because there wouldn't be enough people to keep the shop in business. After several minutes of Cherish planning Krystal's new life for her, she realized she was missing a key ingredient. Much like a cake with no eggs, she was missing a man. Her thoughts turned to Jed. Jed was weird, but he would accept Krystal being born an Englisher. But was he too unconventional, even for Krystal? Cherish leaned back in the chair and propped her feet on the coffee table. She was still in the same position when Malachi came out of the bedroom the next morning. He kissed his wife and then asked her what she was doing. Cherish opened her eyes and sat up straight, and then winced from the pain in her shoulder, caused from sleeping scrunched up. "Have you been there the whole night?" he asked. She looked around and saw Caramel curled up next to her. "I must have fallen asleep." Malachi's gaze fell to the letter beside her. "I see you got the letter." "I did. It's from Krystal. She wants us to send her a man," she said with a grin. "What?" Malachi looked at her strangely. "What do you mean? I thought she didn't want a husband." "She does," Cherish said, "but only if Matthew doesn't work out. They're going to put him to the test." He shook his head. "Okay, sounds interesting. Why don't you go back to bed and get some proper sleep?" Cherish stood up and stretched. "No, I'm awake now. I'll make us some breakfast." He kissed her on her forehead. "I like to feed the animals first before I eat." "I'll help." "No, you stay here." He leaned down and built up the fire that had nearly gone out. "There." "Thank you." Malachi shook his head when he looked at the letter again. "I hope you understand that I'd rather you not get involved in what they're doing." "I wouldn't dream of it. I'm far enough away to keep out of it. I do want to help Krystal find a man, though." He smiled at her and walked out to do the chores. Wally followed him. After a minute, Caramel stood at the front door, whining. Cherish got up and opened the door for him, and he raced after Malachi. "Traitor!" Cherish called after her dog. Cherish spied a newspaper in the box where they kept the wood and the kindling for the fire. It was one of the free local papers that arrived in their mailbox once a week. Cherish looked forward to that paper because it brought her up to date on topics of the day, and it was a distraction from her daily chores. It was more entertaining than the monthly bulletin from the community, which mainly consisted of marriage notices and news about where people had traveled on their vacations. Malachi liked the local paper too, but not for reading. He liked it because it made an excellent fire starter. Cherish flipped through the pages and found an insert for kitchen and laundry appliances. "I could use a washer and dryer like these," she whispered. She laid the paper aside and then pulled out a notebook and a pen and began writing down the names of single men she knew in the community. It was a short list consisting of one name, and that was Jed. Then her attention was drawn back to the local paper. She turned the pages until she came to the classifieds. She looked at the section for jobs and where people advertised for work. She grimaced because none of the jobs were suitable for Krystal if the bishop said she couldn't continue her quilt business online. When Malachi walked in sometime later, she was still reading the paper. "You're done already?" she asked. "I am." Malachi's eyes moved from his wife to the paper. "You're not reading that, are you?" "Not really. Well, just a little bit. I'm looking for a job for Krystal. There are lots of jobs here."
Worry about that if and when she moves here. Have you made breakfast yet? I'm starving.
"What's new?" Cherish laughed. Malachi grinned.
Anything I can do to help?
"No, it won't take long." Cherish got up and headed into the kitchen. Chapter 31. After another restless night, Florence needed a mother. The closest thing she had to a mother was her stepmother, Wilma. They'd had their differences, but she'd been an excellent mother during her younger years. Wilma had been through 7 pregnancies, so she might have advice to offer. Maybe she'd had bad dreams through one of her pregnancies, too. After breakfast and passing Iris's homeschooling lessons over to Carter for the day, she got into the car and drove next door to see Wilma. Florence bit her lip, wondering if she should bring up all the reasons she was upset with Wilma. Maybe they could hash things out. It would help if Wilma realized what she'd done and said she was sorry. That would be the best outcome. Florence pulled up at the orchard and got out of her car. Instead of going straight to the house, she took a moment to look around the garden. She had loved it as a child. She remembered running through it with Wilma, helping to get the weeds and tend to the vegetables. The garden back then was filled with so many more vegetables than there were today. There were rows upon rows of all varieties of vegetables. There was a particular smell she remembered, fresh soil and grass, a faint hint of manure. As a little girl, Florence would pretend that she was picking vegetables from the garden to make a meal for her imaginary children. She would hold conversations with them, telling them what she was doing and listening for their responses. She remembered her father laughing and Wilma saying something about how good it was to hear little kids playing. In those days, the most important thing in the world was this orchard and her family. Florence smiled as she remembered how Wilma used to tell her stories at night and tuck the blankets around her. She made her porridge in the mornings and sent her to school with her favorite peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. In those early years, she got most of Wilma's attention and most of her father's when he was teaching her about apple trees. It wasn't long before she knew more about the orchard than her older brothers. Those memories reminded Florence to give Iris equal attention when her second child arrived. It would be challenging dividing her attention, but Carter spent the days at home now, so she always had his help. Florence leaned against the house for a moment, remembering how kind and nurturing Wilma was to her when she was young. Now it felt wrong to be angry with her for whatever mistakes she had made. Everyone made mistakes, and in that moment, Florence saw how harsh her thoughts had been. Wilma had a good heart, but perhaps when she became older, she couldn't cope with the responsibilities of being left with 9 children to raise. Even though Wilma had leaned heavily on her, she still would have had a rough time. Florence's heart was softened, and she couldn't find it within herself to raise the subject of past hurts. Placing her hand over her tummy, feeling the life inside of her, she felt a sense of peace. God had blessed her with so much. There was too much joy in her future to dwell in the past. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the back door, and before she could knock, Ada flung the door open. "Florence, how nice of you to visit!" Ada reached out and put her hand on Florence's tummy. Instead of being annoyed with Ada for touching her without asking, she found Ada's hand to be warm and comforting. "He's growing, I see." "Or she," Florence said with a laugh. "We're not going to find out. We want it to be a surprise." "Let me feel." Wilma pushed Ada out of the way and put her hand on Florence's tummy. "It's a girl for sure. I can tell from the way you are carrying her." "Oh, Wilma, Florence said she wants it to be a surprise. Now you've ruined it for her." Florence chuckled. "We don't mind what the baby is." "Come sit with us." Ada looped her arm around hers. "Tell us what you've been doing." Florence sat down at the kitchen table. The kitchen smelled of cooking, but Florence couldn't place the smell. She couldn't tell if it was Ada's cooking or if it was Wilma's bread. She didn't care, as long as it was something to eat. Even though she'd just eaten, she was hungry again. "I've been getting a room ready for the baby. Iris is there helping Carter with it now. Well, they will be after they finish some lessons. We're painting it a kind of creamy yellow color. It's hard to describe, but it looks better than it sounds." Ada clasped her hands to her heart. "Carter and Iris must be so excited about this baby." "They are. Iris has already picked out names." "What are they?" Wilma asked. "Nothing that we'd use. They sound more like names for pets." Florence laughed. "Like Prada, Pixie, and Lulu. I guess it's better than something like Mildred." Florence looked around, not knowing how to start the conversation about her troubling dreams. "What, Florence?" Ada asked. "I can see you thinking. The wheels of your brain are turning over." "Yeah, you do look troubled," Wilma said. With both ladies staring at Florence, she got the confidence to tell them what was on her mind. "I'm having bad dreams. I worry that something will happen to me, and the baby will be left without a mother." "Oh, dear child, you're just scared is all." "What kind of dreams?" Ada asked. "One is where I'm being strangled, and another where I'm drowning in a bathtub. Then there's the one where something attacks me while I'm sleeping. There could be many reasons you're having these dreams." "I don't know, Wilma. Mom. I feel better when I'm awake than when I'm asleep. Sometimes I lie awake until late, not wanting to sleep because I'm afraid." "I think all mothers have nightmares when they're worried. I used to have bad dreams that I was away and couldn't get back to my children. That was when they were younger. It's just a dream. It's just that you're worried. It's probably because your mother died when you were young," Ada told her. "I know. That's what the nurse says." "It won't happen. None of those bad things will," Ada assured her. "I tell myself that, but that doesn't stop the dreams." Florence bit her lip. It did feel better knowing Ada had bad dreams too when her children were young. "Have you told Carter?" Wilma asked. Florence shook her head. "I don't want to worry him." "Florence, you need to speak to your husband about this." Ada frowned at her. "He gets upset when he thinks I'm upset. Then we'll both be worried and won't get any sleep, and that's not fair to Iris. He's your husband, your best friend. If you can't tell him, who can you tell?" Wilma asked. Ada's eyebrows rose. "She said she told the nurse, Wilma. She's also just told us." "I'll tell him if you both think that's best." Florence sighed. "I think you should," Wilma said, while Ada nodded. "I will. I'll tell him tonight, as soon as Iris is in bed." Florence inhaled deeply. "I feel better already. Thank you." Florence reached across the table and grabbed both their hands. She was pleased she hadn't said anything to Wilma about the past. Wilma was old now, and she had just lost Levi. Bringing up the past would do no good. "Now tell us something. Have you seen Hope lately?" Ada asked. Florence nodded. "I see her every couple of days." Ada made a face and looked at Wilma. Wilma said, "That's more than we see her." "She's just busy, that's all." "Busy with what?" Wilma asked. "Making a home for herself." "Why? Do you think there is some problem?" Ada leaned forward and whispered, "We do, and she's confided in Krystal." "And not us," Wilma added. We sent Krystal to find out what was wrong, and then Hope came here, and they were both whispering about something."
Ada nodded.
"They're up to something, that's for sure. I can always tell when people are up to no good."
"I'm sure it's nothing."
"Will you be a dear and find out for us?" Wilma asked.
Ada chimed in again.
"Yeah, and then report back to us?"
Florence laughed. "Do you really want me to do that?"
"Yeah, or we wouldn't have asked. It could be important," Wilma said.
"Okay, I will, but only because I'm sure it's nothing. When do you want me to do this? Is it urgent?"
"No, just whenever you get around to it." "Can you do it tomorrow?"
Ada asked. "I'll see what I can do." Ada and Wilma looked at each other and smiled. Chapter 32. Debbie looked over at Fritz.
"Are you sure you have to go home tomorrow?"
He had picked her up from the farmer's market and had driven her home. "I wish I didn't have to, but I do. I have a business to run. Even though my workers are good, I've still got to keep a close eye on everything."
Debbie nodded. "I understand what that's like. When do you think you can come back?"
"I'll try to come back real soon. Debbie," she looked into his eyes,
"Yes?"
"I was hoping you would wait for me."
Debbie was delighted. "I think I can wait for you for a few weeks."
A smile broke out on his face. "It would be good if we lived closer, but I'll do my best to get back as often as possible."
"Oh, no."
Debbie covered her mouth with her hand. "What is it?"
"We forgot to pick up Jared from Hope's."
He shook his head. "I'm sorry. That's me. I distracted you. It left my head, too. We took him there this morning, so I should have remembered to get him."
"I can't believe it. Oh, no."
Debbie laughed. Fritz moved the horse and buggy up further, turned it around, and headed back down the driveway. Debbie was sure she saw the curtain in the shop move, but when she looked again, everything was still.
"What are they doing?" Ada whined. "I don't know. They come here and then they go again." "I told you that man was odd, Wilma." "We're going to have to start thinking better of him. I'm sure Debbie has her heart set on him."
Ada made a face.
"I suppose you're right. We must continually catch him on his bad days. Everybody has good and bad days. Some have more bad than good. But as long as he's good to Debbie, that's all we can ask for."
"Exactly." Ada and Wilma were back in the shop, planning for their opening in the next few months. They'd already cooked the evening meal, and it was keeping hot on the stove. Ada stepped away from the window and took another look around the shop.
"I think we've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we're going to open this shop in a few months, we will need things to sell. We'll start by canning things." "Yes, we have a lot of apples in storage. We'll have to tell Florence what we're doing, too. I'm sure she'll approve." "Do you think she'll be happy about it, Wilma?" "Happy about us reopening the store? Sure, why wouldn't she be?" "I don't know, it was just a question. I am happy about it. It'll give us both something to do. Maybe I can be the store manager."
Ada chuckled.
"I've always wanted to be the boss of something other than Samuel."
Wilma laughed.
"That would be a good idea. And maybe if it gets really busy, we can employ people, and you can be the boss over them."
Ada chuckled again.
"I don't know what kind of a boss I'd make."
Wilma bit her tongue. Ada did nothing but boss people around.
"Maybe they're eloping," Ada said.
Wilma looked at her.
"Are you talking about Debbie and Fritz?" "Yes. They were sitting in the driveway staring dreamily into each other's eyes, and then they decided to run off and get married." "I don't think so. I think Fritz is a man who would have everything calculated." "You're probably right, Wilma. Now, let's concentrate on this shop. It certainly holds a lot of memories."
Wilma nodded.
"It does. We can create some new fun memories.
We'll have to hurry. Before long, we'll both be old ladies sitting in our rocking chairs. Come along, this old lady needs some hot tea. While doing that, we can plan what we need to do while we're waiting for Samuel."
"What we need to do with what?" Wilma asked.
"The shop. What food we'll need, so on and so forth."
"Good idea. I'll grab a pen and paper." Chapter 33. Debbie and Fritz came back to the house and took Jared inside. When Debbie got back into the buggy, Fritz continued their conversation.
"I've been thinking, what if we go out for a meal tonight instead of you coming to my place? I just want to be somewhere alone with you."
Debbie wasn't sure about that. "I don't want to celebrate you leaving."
"It won't be that. I want to enjoy our last night together. I want it to be special."
Debbie wondered if he would propose. He said he wanted the night to be special, so a proposal would be special. Her stomach churned, and she became lightheaded. She didn't know if she could make it through the next few hours. So much depended on it. Of course, she'd tell him yes when he asked her to be his wife, but there were so many details to work out.
"What do you say?" he asked.
"About having a meal out?"
"Yes."
"I'd like that." About half an hour later, Fritz and Debbie pulled up at a restaurant a little out of town with a fantastic view. Debbie got out of the buggy, and Fritz tied the horse to a post. There were several tables inside, and only 3 were unoccupied. They made their way to one of those. When they sat, Fritz said,
"I'm pleased we're here. We can talk privately."
That cemented her idea that this was the night he'd propose. "I know what you mean. There are always people around at my place, too." Fritz looked out the window.
"This is a nice arrangement. We can see the sunset, and if we go to the other side, we can see the hills and the horses. We'll have to come back in the day to appreciate the view better."
Debbie looked as Fritz spoke. Then her nerves kicked in. She looked around the room at all the people, then looked back at Fritz. "I'm sorry, but I can't stay." The waitress came to take their order.
"I'm sorry, but I think we're leaving," Fritz told her, while staring at Debbie.
Debbie got up, and Fritz followed her outside. When she got into the fresh air, she felt much better.
"What's wrong? Are you ill?"
Fritz touched her arm. "I'm sorry, but I feel odd being around so many people. I'm not used to being in a place like that." He rubbed his neck.
"It's my fault. I shouldn't have brought you here."
Debbie put her hand over her pounding heart. "I don't know what's wrong with me. My heart is racing." He took hold of her arm and helped her to the buggy. Once she was sitting, he stood next to her.
"Are you better now?"
"A little. I felt I was going to pass out."
"It might have been a panic attack. Have you had one of those before?"
"No."
"My cousin has them when she's in a crowd."
Debbie took a deep breath. "Would you take me home?"
"Of course."
Debbie was disappointed in herself. Once he was beside her in the driver's seat, she said, "I know this isn't what you planned. I'm so embarrassed."
"It's not your fault. I wanted to spend the evening with you. Eating is overrated."
She managed to smile. When the buggy stopped outside her home, he helped her down and walked her to the door.
"How are you now?"
"I'm a bit unsteady." He walked forward to knock on the door. "No, I don't want to go in." He turned to face her.
"Shall we sit out here?"
"Yes."
Fritz guided her to one of the porch chairs.
"Nothing like that has ever happened before."
She knew it was because she'd been under so much stress, hoping he'd propose, and that he'd suggest that she and Jared go with him. Now that wasn't going to happen. He probably thought she had some weird illness. She wasn't just a woman with a child from a former marriage. Now she was a sick woman with a child from a former marriage with undiagnosed emotional problems. Besides that, the child wasn't any child. He was Jared.
And Jared was unpredictable at best, badly behaved at worst. Fritz held her hand.
Are you sure you're okay? Should I get Wilma?
She shook her head. I'm fine, but maybe you should go. I'm sorry for making you miss out on a meal.
That's the least of my concern. I'm worried about you.
I'll be okay. She knew he wouldn't ask her to marry him when she felt ill. She'd ruined everything. Now there was every chance of him going back where he lived and meeting someone else. They both heard the door handle of the front door turn, and Wilma poked her head out. When she saw both of them, she jumped a little. Oh, I thought I heard something. Carry on. Then she closed the door. Fritz and Debbie exchanged a smile.
I'm not sure what she's thinking now, Fritz said. Will you say goodbye to them all for me? And say goodbye to Jared? Tell him I'll be back soon.
Debbie felt a little better. He wouldn't want her to tell a child something if he didn't mean it. I will. I'll be fine if you want to go. I'll have an early night, and I'll be better in the morning.
You're sure?
I am. He took hold of her hand and squeezed it.
I'll miss you.
She knew she would miss him more. He was so handsome in the moonlight. I'll miss you, too. She stood up and leaned against the porch railing while he walked away. He got back into his buggy. As he was going through the motions of moving his horse and buggy to face the road, he turned his head and waved.
I'll be back soon.
She didn't know if he was making a promise or just telling her what she wanted to hear. As his horse and buggy moved away, he looked straight ahead. She could tell he was lost in his thoughts, already thinking of something else. Chapter 34. Wilma walked out onto the cold porch, wrapping her shawl tighter around her shoulders. Debbie was standing there, staring at the road, and she didn't flinch. Jared's in bed. He's asleep. Thank you, Wilma. I appreciate you looking after him. Wilma moved closer to her. He was tired, and he put himself to bed. Are you okay? Debbie turned to face her, her eyes brimming with tears. He's gone. Wilma nodded. I know. Debbie hung her head. I mean, gone. He's going home tomorrow. Oh. I didn't want him to go. I knew he'd have to go home eventually, but... Did he mention anything about the future? Wilma knew that Debbie would see that she meant, did he say anything about marriage? We both had the understanding that things are serious between us. That's why he came back here. But he understands I have my tea business, and he has his business too. Yeah, but you'd give up your tea for him, wouldn't you? Oh, Wilma, I'd give up everything for Fritz. He's so good with Jared. Jared's grown up in a few short weeks, and I'm sure that's got something to do with the time Fritz has spent with him. Forget about Jared for a moment. How do you feel about Fritz? I love him, Wilma. You know that. Did you tell him that? Debbie shook her head solemnly. I would have loved to tell him, but I didn't want to sound desperate. He's in charge of his future, not me. Wilma smiled. I think he knows that. Debbie sighed. I hope so. He had planned a nice night, but I had a funny turn. Maybe it was a panic attack. I had myself so worked up hoping he'd propose. It's like I ruin every good thing before it happens. Well, maybe it's too soon to think about marriage, but... Wilma had never been one to force her opinion on others, but it was obvious to her that Debbie and Fritz were made for each other. It's not too soon for me. Debbie stared at Wilma. Debbie, I'm older than you, remember? Debbie nodded. I know. Imagine for a minute that you've never been in love, never experienced that true love that can make a person be willing to give up everything for another. Well, I've never experienced it until now, Debbie told her. Then why do you sound so sad? Debbie sighed. I might have ruined things when God gave me this second chance. Fritz will come back. One day you'll never have to say goodbye to him again. I hope that love will work out for me this time, Wilma. It will. I know it. Fritz will be a fun person to have in the family. Wilma really thought of Fritz as anything but fun. Maybe. Debbie looked off into the trees across the way and sighed. Wilma put her arm around her. It was a bittersweet moment for them both. I'm going to be in the kitchen. Why don't you give me a hand? We'll make a big batch of beef stew, enough for a few nights. All right. It'll help to keep busy. Wilma worried about Debbie. She was so used to living without a man's decisions that she might have trouble living with a man's decisions. And then there was Fritz. He'd have to make a decision, too. Would he be willing to give up his business? Or would he keep it? Would he be willing to live here? Wilma wondered. Wilma and Debbie walked past Krystal, who was busy helping with the quilt they'd soon give Cherish. Debbie sat at the kitchen table, pondering the question that Wilma had asked her. She'd have quit her tea company the first day Fritz had walked into her life. There was a reason that she hadn't married Peter. Something invisible had held her back for all those years. A small voice inside her head had told her to wait. Now she knew she'd been waiting for Fritz. Now that Fritz was gone, she didn't know where that left her. I have plenty of leftover chicken soup. No thanks, Wilma. I'm not hungry. I'll cut the meat and you can cut the vegetables. Debbie was grateful to have something to take her mind off Fritz, but that didn't stop the gnawing in her stomach. Krystal joined them. What's everyone doing? Wilma is making a big stew and I'm helping. Debbie took a deep breath. Fritz has gone. Well, he's staying at his mother's house tonight, but leaving first thing in the morning. Oh, sorry about that. So, are you still a couple? Debbie managed to smile and nodded. That's good. A moment later, Krystal said, You're awfully quiet. What's wrong? I'm just thinking. Then think out aloud, Krystal said. He didn't ask me to marry him. I see. Don't worry. He will. He's just probably trying to work things out. Maybe. Debbie bit her lip. Or maybe he doesn't want a woman with a young child already. A woman who doesn't talk to her parents and who doesn't talk to her in-laws. Wilma placed some vegetables on the table. Debbie, is that what you're worried about? Debbie fought back the tears as she nodded. Look, you might be right. Maybe he doesn't want to get married. But I'm willing to say it's because he doesn't know how you feel, Krystal said. How do I feel? Debbie asked. Wilma gave her an odd look. You're in love with him. You've been head over heels for him since the day we all met him. I think he might be in love with you, too. How do you know? Debbie asked. Wilma smiled. Because we all know it. Really? Debbie's heart raced again at the thought of it. Yes, we do, Krystal added. Don't complicate something that's not complicated. If only my life were so easy. It's really obvious to everyone, Debbie. I mean, you didn't have to wonder about it from the way he was looking at you when he thought you weren't looking. The man is smitten. Debbie took a deep breath. I'm so happy if you think he's in love with me, but I don't know what to do about it. He's leaving tomorrow, Krystal said. Go to him tonight and tell him how you feel. Debbie shook her head. I can't do that. He was just here. I don't know if he's weird about me being estranged from my parents. Maybe I should try to make amends with them. After what they did to you? No! Krystal shrieked. Wilma took a deep breath. I'm not saying you shouldn't try to patch things up with your parents, but you don't need their permission to marry. I'm sure Fritz respects how you feel about them. Debbie nodded. I've got a lot to think about. Yeah, well, think about going to see him tonight. If I felt that for a man, I wouldn't let him leave without telling him how I feel, Krystal said. Debbie looked at Wilma. What would you do? Wilma shook her head. I'm not sure. Maybe wait until he comes back. Or you could see him before he leaves. When Debbie went to her room later that night, she looked out her window into the dark, rainy night. The raindrops ran down the window, each one leaving a trail of water behind it. The droplets could be heard on the roof, and it was the only thing to be heard, aside from the beating of her heart. Debbie had decided not to go to him tonight, but there was still the morning. Chapter 35. Debbie had been awake all night, tossing and turning. She needed to know about her future because she had a child to look after. Also, she had lived at Wilma's house long enough. It was time she had her own home. In the middle of the night, she had decided to confront Fritz before he left. She'd ask him what he envisioned for their future. If he wasn't sure, Debbie would know that he wasn't the one. She would rather have no one in her life than live in doubt about the future. Knowing that his hired car was coming to collect him at 7, Debbie sneaked out of the house without waking anyone. She walked her horse and buggy slowly down the driveway so that it wouldn't make much noise. But before she got to the road, she saw a large branch had fallen across her path. She got out of the buggy and tried pulling the branch, but that didn't work. She made the horse back up and tried to pass it again, but there was no way around it. This would make her late. She might miss Fritz's departure. She got a rope, tied it to the branch, and attached it to the buggy. Then she had her horse back up off to the side of the driveway. It worked. The branch started moving. She kept going until there was enough space for the horse and buggy to pass. Debbie was out of breath and even sweating with nerves by the time that ordeal was over. She didn't want to speak to Fritz in such a state, so she calmed herself as best as possible. When she got to his driveway, she felt very odd. She looked up at the white house, and a lump formed in her throat. She was afraid that she would be upset and cry when she spoke to him. Then a shiny black car passed her and continued up the driveway. That was the car he'd hired to take him home. She put her hand to her heart. He was leaving soon. Up until now, their relationship had been excellent. Did she want to ruin it? No, she couldn't do it. It was a bad idea. She turned the buggy around and moved it up a side street behind a large tree. She sat there in the buggy, thinking through her options. Fritz could easily see her as odd for appearing at the last minute, demanding some response or commitment. He'd said he'd be back. Why wasn't that enough for her? Her heart pounded too fast, and she felt like a coward for backing out. Even more so, she was annoyed with herself for not being more decisive. While in the buggy waiting, she saw the black car drive away. She caught a glimpse of Fritz in the back seat, and now he was gone. She moved her horse forward and headed back home, feeling a great sense of loss. When she turned her horse and buggy into the driveway of the orchard, she saw Fritz standing at the end of the driveway next to the black car. Her heart went crazy again, thumping in her chest. He walked over to her when she got to the top of the driveway and pulled up the horse. "Fritz? What are you doing here?"
I was worried about you. How are you?
"I'm fine. I'm feeling much better."
Good. I wanted to say goodbye again. Where have you been?
She laughed and was delighted that she'd made the right decision. It was much better this way. "I was coming to see you. I must have missed you somehow." He climbed in next to her.
I couldn't sleep all night. I was thinking about you.
"You were?"
I can't leave with you possibly thinking this thing between us is temporary. It's not. I want you to know I'm serious about you, and I will come back soon and spend more time with you and Jared. Will that be okay with you?"
"I'd like that."
I have genuine feelings for you, Debbie. I don't rush into things. I'm a planner. I'm going home now to make those plans."
It wasn't a proposal, but he said he was her man. He loved her. He nearly said so. She'd been waiting and hoping, but this was close enough. "I have those feelings for you, too, Fritz."
I know you do.
He took her hand, squeezed it, and looked deeply into her eyes. She could feel the love coming from him. She wanted to ask if he'd take on Jared with all his problems. She wanted to ask when they might marry and where would they live. She wanted to know so many things, but she didn't want to ruin this moment. This was a moment she'd remember forever. He glanced at the waiting car.
I have to go. Take care, Debbie.
"You take care, too." He got out of the buggy and slid into the back seat of the black car. Debbie sat for a few moments, closed her eyes, and remembered every word he'd said, playing it over and over in her mind. It would be hard to get through the day knowing she wouldn't be seeing Fritz for weeks, but she had hope for a future with him. God had brought him to her and Jared. Wilma was looking out the window and had seen the whole thing. She knew Fritz was there to say goodbye, and that Debbie had attempted to see him before he left. If Fritz had proposed, they would have come into the house to tell everyone. It would be hard for Debbie to wait and be patient. Waiting for something that was out of one's control was never easy. Chapter 36. Later that day, Wilma tried her best to tell Ada everything that had happened that morning. Ada warmed her hands around a teacup as they both sat in the living room in front of a blazing fire with blankets over their knees. "You mean to tell me Debbie left this morning and then came back?" "Yes. I didn't ask, and she didn't say. Fritz was here, and he said goodbye. Whatever Debbie did, it must have worked. If they plan to marry, they're keeping it a secret for now." "Oh, Wilma, you know what this means, don't you?" Ada asked. It could mean a lot of things." "It does. We're going to have to finish up Cherish's quilt fast because we'll have to make one for Debbie." "I agree. I've been thinking about that, but we are nearly finished. We'll also have to knit for Florence and Carter's new baby. And Earl's new babies. Don't forget those." Ada shook her head. "I'd say they'd have plenty of hand-me-downs because their children are so close in age." "I guess there's nothing else to say other than Debbie and Fritz will be married soon. I'm so happy for Debbie. I wish she'd tell the rest of us about the wedding and when it will happen," Wilma said. I'm sure she'll tell us soon enough. Have you heard anything about Hope? Florence said she'd find out what's wrong with her." Wilma shook her head. "I've heard nothing. Florence has a lot on her mind." "What if Hope lets Florence know the secret problem and tells her not to tell us? I'm sure that's what she did with Krystal." Wilma thought about it for a moment. "No, I'm sure Florence wouldn't keep a secret from us." "Good." Wilma sighed. "I've got to say I'm worried about Florence and those bad dreams she's been having." "Me too. And I'm worried about Hope." "Me as well." Wilma nodded. "And I'm worried about the future," Ada announced. Wilma stared at Ada. "Me too." The two friends sat staring into the fire. "I'm worried about the world," Ada said suddenly. "I'm worried about the snow." "Snow?" Ada frowned at her best friend. "Yeah, I don't like shoveling." Ada laughed and said, "You have Eli for that." Wilma laughed along with her. "I wouldn't say that." "I'll tell you what I'm concerned about mostly." Ada looked up at the ceiling. "What's that?" "I'm worried about the bees." "What about the bees?" Wilma asked. "I heard that if the bees die, we all die." "Denke, Ada. Now I've got something new to worry about. Well, don't. We'll let your neighbors worry about the bees, Wilma. Ada took a sip of tea. I haven't seen our beekeeper neighbors lately. That's good, because that beekeeper, Eddie, had a crush on Krystal. That fizzled out, and a good thing, too, because he was an Englisher. Oh, Ada, why do we worry so much about things? Because we are women, that's why. We're always concerned about our family. That's true. It's because we care. That's also why it hurts so much when we lose a family member. Or get a new one, Ada said with a smile. We must trust in God. Everything is His will. He is looking after us. You're right, Ada. But now I can't get the bees out of my mind. I'll think about them until I know they're not dying. Where do the bees go in the winter, Wilma? Wilma thought about it for a moment. I think they stay in their hives most of the time. As Ada talked about bees and all manner of things, Wilma sipped her tea and couldn't help thinking about what the future looked like for each of her children. This has been Amish Neighbors, the Amish Bonnet Sisters, Book 33, written by Samantha Price, narrated by Stephanie Dillard. Copyright 2022 by Samantha Price. Production copyright 2022 by Samantha Price.